Chapter 117. Hee, they must have teleported to a faraway place. Maybe they'll be back in 2 days. Long Sinan could only comfort herself when she saw their gloomy expressions. Long Shuailu also comforted them. Yes, Yi Qinghan is a womanizer by nature. He might be seducing young ladies somewhere. Ha, don't worry. Screw you. You're the womanizer by nature. You only think about seducing the demon clan's vixen every day. Feng Zi's lips twitched as he forced a smile. He suddenly thought of something and raised his brows. Miss Long, I heard that you're preparing to attack the demon clan and barbarian clan. It seems like our young master Shui doesn't dare to go. Ah. Long Sinan saw that the leaders of the 3 clans were all present. She smiled and paused for a moment before saying, Yes, I received news that the Demon Clan and Barbarian Clan went to slay the dragon but were utterly defeated by the Black Dragon. More than half of them died and are now fleeing. I'm going to lead a team to stop them. I want to completely suppress their morale so that the final battle won't be so difficult. As for young Master Shui, I'm sure he has his own plans. I can't force him. Long Sinan briefly explained the situation. When she mentioned Shui Wuhan, although her tone was still calm, the slight contempt in her words could still be heard. How sure are you about the authenticity of this news? Feng Zi did not say much. He frowned and raised the question in his heart. Long Sinan raised her brows and answered crisply, 90%. Good. This time Yao Kaka and Man Gon dared to set us up. If it wasn't for the Yi family sickle team sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid we'd all be dead. If we don't vent our anger, we won't be able to live comfortably in the future. I represent all the teams in West Wind City to follow Miss Long. If they dare to disobey, I'll tear down their family's doors. Feng Zi thought for a moment and twisted his chest muscles. He glared fiercely at the team leader who was affiliated with his clan and said decisively. Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, Hua Hua's feminine voice suddenly sounded, I represent all the teams in Luohua City to join the allied forces and listen to Miss Long's command. Of course, if anyone disagrees, the Hua clan's stealth training will be changed to their clan's female bathhouse. All teams of the Yu clan listen to Sister Long's command. All teams present, if you disagree, Silvermoon City will no longer welcome you. Yu Qingqing's gentle voice rang out at the end. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was just that. Yu Qingqing's gentle words, which seemed like a fairy, caused everyone to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. A woman's heart was the most vicious. This saying was right. Silvermoon City didn't welcome them anymore. Your Yu clan saintess has spoken. She has severed everyone's happiness. Who would dare to not go? Even Shui Wuhan, who had been silent with a dark expression, rolled his eyes. Yu Qingqing was indeed worthy of being the most outstanding woman among the hundreds of elite disciples of the Yu clan. Her words put him in a dilemma. The enchanted town was a holy land for men, especially for a rich and powerful young master like him. If he was not allowed to enter the enchanted town again, he would lose his life. However, he was silent for a moment. Thinking about how to face Yao Kaka and how to act recklessly, he made up his mind not to get involved in this mess. Since young Master Feng is going, I will definitely support him. Yes, I have always disliked those demons and barbarians. This time, I can finally kill them. I agree. Seconded. Due to the strong participation of Yu Qingqing, the leaders of the teams in the cave immediately changed their stance. Among the dozens of teams, other than Shui Wuheng's team, there were still 5 or 6 teams. The rest of the teams all agreed with Long Sanan's decision. The speed of the change was breathtaking. I still insist on my opinion. I will stay at the temporary stronghold. Shui Wuhan saw that Long Sanan's gaze was on him. He clenched his teeth and sighed helplessly. Ah! I won't force those who don't want to go. Those who agree, get ready tonight. We will depart early tomorrow morning. I hope that everyone can make a great contribution to the House of Aries. Long Sinan smiled gently and nodded. She waved her hand lightly, signaling everyone to go back and get ready. That night, the House of Aries started to get busy. This was the first time in the past few months that the mansion battle had a group operation. Of course, all the teams attached great importance to it. On that night, the few hundred people from the 4 families who were on standby in the temporary stronghold also rushed over, ready to participate in the operation tomorrow. This meant that all the forces of the 4 families, except for the Shui family, were invested in this operation. The rest of the teams felt more at ease and their confidence soared. The next day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. The temporary stronghold of the House of Aries was even busier. Thousands of elites were equipped with weapons and armors. They were full of ambition and started to gather. They were ready to depart to the center of the chaotic battlefield. Their target was the monster clan and barbarian clan who were fleeing. When the House of Aries opened, more than 10,000 people were teleported to the Nether Island to participate in the battle. In the past few months, more than 2,000 people had died in the battle with the monster clan and barbarian clan. At this moment, other than the 2,000 people who did not participate in the battle under the leadership of Shui Wuhan, the rest of the 4,000 people had all gathered here. In this operation, I need all of you to listen to my command. I can promise you that I will be the first to rush into the battlefield and the last to leave. Of course, Long Cheng will not take any points. All of them will be distributed to you according to the proportion of military merits. Moreover, as long as you have outstanding military merits, I will report it to my superiors. After the mansion battle, you will be rewarded according to your merits. Before the departure, Long Sinan started to make a pre-battle declaration. Although it was only a few words, it successfully stimulated everyone's morale. She was the first to kill and the last to run. Moreover, she did not want anything. Her breadth of mind and boldness were incomparable to that of a man. Such a woman, who was not inferior to a man, made all the men feel ashamed. The Yu family will provide you Lu's top-notch service for a month for the top 10 people who have killed the most people. After Long Sinan finished her words, Yu Qingqing once again offered a huge bargaining chip, which made the morale of the entire army reach its peak. Depart. Long Sinan pointed her sword in one direction. Thousands of people marched majestically towards the center of the chaotic battlefield in the north. When the army moved, all the elites of the Hua family dispersed in all directions. Last night, Long Sinan gave Hua a difficult task. There must be scouts from the Hua family in a radius of 20 miles around the army. Although there was a professional scout in Long Sinan's team, now that the flowers and plants had appeared, the responsibility of investigating was handed over to the Hua family. After all, the Hua family's special skill of concentration was unparalleled in the world when it came to scouting. Chapter 118. The army began to march in silence. Thousands of people covered the sky and covered the earth. Due to the large number of people, the terrain of the disordered region was not suitable for the army to set out. In addition, there were countless teleportation formations scattered all around, causing the army's marching speed to slow down. Their formations also changed repeatedly. The busiest person in the army was Hua Xia. Not only did he have to be in charge of the intelligence work within 10 li of the army, but he also had to report the nearby intelligence within a few minutes. He also had to arrange for people to mark the nearby teleportation formations, scout the terrain, arrange the most appropriate marching route, and arrange for experts to scout the escape routes of the demon and barbarian armies. The 2 dukes of the Hua clan, in the name of training the future Hua clan patriarch, threw all the matters to him. He only wandered around the vicinity leisurely and chatted with the beauties of the Yu clan, causing Hua Xia to vomit blood in anger. Long Sinan was also very busy. This was the first time she had organized such a large operation. Although she looked calm and steady on the surface, she was always nervous and worried on the inside. She was the only daughter of the dragon brute. She was number 1 in the weighbridge. She had the title of a woman not inferior to a man. Moreover, she was very confident in herself. However, the old fellows in the clan had always been biased against her. A few years ago, her father had wanted to appoint her as the young patriarch of the Long clan. However, the old fellows in the clan had always used her status as a woman and could not command heroes as an excuse to forcefully suppress it. This time, she had participated in the prefecture battle with the intention of proving to the clan and the old fellows that she had the ability to become the young patriarch. Therefore, she relied on her valiant strength and incomparable rallying power to gather the elites of the prefecture battle together. She had always had a strong premonition that this was a very good opportunity to cripple the demon clan and the barbarian clan. Therefore, she did not want to let go of it. However, this was the first time she was commanding so many people in battle. This was the first time she was responsible for so many lives. She was always nervous and worried. Therefore, she was very busy, constantly receiving countless intelligence reports, constantly thinking, and constantly issuing orders. Yu Qingqing was also very busy. Although the army was commanded by Long Sainan and she did not need to participate in anything. Although all the things along the way were taken care of by the Yu family, she was still very busy. She was busy thinking of a person. Her mind was always thinking of a person, a delicate and handsome youth who always had a faint smile on his face. Her black pearl-like eyes looked into the distance from time to time, as if waiting for Yi Qinghan to return. Yi Qinghan was also very busy. Of course, he was not busy counting points. Although Xiao He had collected a lot of rings, it only took him half an hour to convert all the rings into more than 1,000 points. He was busy refining the countless energies that had inexplicably surged out of his body. On the afternoon of the journey, he suddenly felt waves of very pure energy surging out of his chest. These energies directly poured into his meridians and mixed with his battle chi. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it was just a trace of energy, and it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. However, the energy in his chest suddenly surged even more cheerfully, and it became more and more concentrated. At this time, he didn't dare to be careless. He was about to stop and take a closer look. Unexpectedly, he received a sound transmission from Xiao He in the war beast space. This energy was the energy inside the dragon crystal, so there was no need to care about it. He just needed to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and let it circulate in his body. The faster the battle chi circulated, the better. Hearing Xiao He's sound transmission, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. Xiao He was his war beast, a lifelong companion. Of course, he would only treat him well and wouldn't harm him. So he began to circulate his battle chi with all his strength and ran. Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in speed surprised Yi Shisan and Yi Qingwu, but they didn't say anything. They thought that he was eager to return home, so they didn't say anything and sped up to catch up. Yi Shisan was a powerful marquis, so Yi Qinghan's speed was certainly not enough for him. Yi Qingwu was also a marshal, so of course she wouldn't show any weakness. So a race between the three of them began, and then the three of them actually caught up with Yi Shisan, who was scouting ahead. The last four-person race had begun. However, after 2 or 3 hours, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to slow down at all. He was still running with all his might. Moreover, he was silently running with his head down. Yi Shisan didn't say much, nor did he express much. This kind of speed was like a game to him. As for Yi Qingwu, she was a little tired. Of course, her body was full of battle chi, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to run for another day. It was just that it was a little indecent and a little boring for a girl to run like this. However, Yi Qinghan didn't pay any attention to her and continued to run with his head lowered. This successfully aroused the competitive spirit in the depths of her heart, and she began to fight against Yi Qinghan in a fit of pique. The setting sun sprinkled its afterglow as it slowly left, leaving the nether island in darkness. Yi Qinghan finally stopped, but he just told the three of them that he was going to cultivate. Then, he directly jumped onto an ancient tree, sat cross-legged, and started cultivating with his eyes closed. Although Yi Shisan and the other two felt strange about Yi Qinghan's weird behavior today, seeing that he was cultivating, they didn't ask him anything. They ate something quickly, took turns to keep watch at night, and started to rest. Of course, Yi Qinghan was acting tough from time to time. He had no choice. The energy in his chest was becoming more and more turbulent. When he ran, his battle chi would circulate in his body. The energy that was transmitted to him from time to time would wander along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. Now that he stopped, his battle chi didn't circulate, but that energy seemed to burst his meridians. Therefore, he had to keep cultivating so that pure energy would circulate along with his battle chi and finally accumulate in his dantian. The next day, he continued to run. Except for eating time, Yi Qinghan was running all the time. In the evening, he immediately sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Running, sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Yi Qinghan's life was full and busy. Of course, it was a little too much. Yi Shisan, and Yi Shisan, and Yi Qingwu didn't say much after a brief explanation from Yi Qinghan. She silently accompanied him every day and raised the level of vigilance to the highest. Although they didn't know why Yi Qinghan was cultivating so crazily, they still insisted on it. However, since he was so persistent and found that everything was normal, not only was he normal, but his battle chi was also becoming increasingly dense. They were secretly happy for him. Due to the crazy running every day, the four of them had reached their peak speed. It was originally estimated to take 10 days, but now 5 days had passed and they had covered more than half of the distance. During this period, it was very strange that they didn't meet any monster, barbarian, or elites from the House of Aries. They had a premonition that something big was about to happen, so they became more cautious and vigilant. Every night, they would rest near the transmission array so that they could escape through the transmission array at any time if they encountered an undefeatable situation. Chapter 119. Yi Shisan and the rest were right. Something big was happening on the battlefield. After advancing for 3 days, the battle god Abode's army was finally about to meet Yao Kaka's brute force. With the help of the Hua family scouts, the House of Aries knew the movements of the Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan in advance. They set up a net in advance and killed 300 barbarians in the morning. This battle had been fought to its heart's content. Their side had only lost a dozen or so elites, and they had almost completely wiped out the 300 or so people. Long Sinan stood at the side and frowned as she looked at the busy people cleaning up the battlefield. Today's battle seemed to have been fought beautifully, but she understood that in reality, it was a complete mess. There were more than 300 barbarians, while they had a few thousand people on their side. Furthermore, they had predicted their whereabouts in advance. Unintentionally plotting against others, they had the advantage of numbers. In the end, more than 10 barbarians died. Most importantly, the elites of the Battle God Manor, apart from their own subordinates and the 4 clans' own teams, didn't listen to their commands at all. The barbarian tribe actually rushed forward in a chaotic manner. The scene was extremely chaotic, and in the end, a barbarian emperor of the barbarian tribe took advantage of the chaos to escape. It wasn't a big deal to let a barbarian emperor escape. However, Yao Kaka and Mangon's main forces were right behind them. If they knew about this beforehand, their operation would become even more difficult. Sister. Don't think too much. It's a temporary army after all. It's good enough to fight like this. Yu Qingqing stood beside Long Sinan and comforted her. Long Sinan turned to look at Yu Qingqing and asked, "Is Hua Axian back yet?" "She's here." Yu Qingqing looked into the distance and smiled. Swoosh. Two figures dashed over. They were Hua Hua and Hua Axayan. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sainan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua Hua knew that Yao Kaka and barbarian clan's troops were in front. He didn't dare to be careless. He ordered the Hua family's assassins to chase after them. He and Hua Axayan personally led the chase. What happened? Long Sainan looked at the two travel-worn people and asked anxiously. He's dead. Hua Xiao's expression was not good, and her beautiful face was a bit gloomy. She paused for a moment before saying, but I don't know if it was the barbarian emperor who sent the signal. If they knew about it, it would be even more difficult for us to stop them. Sister. Don't think too much about it. After all, this is a temporary army. It's already not bad that they could fight like this. Yu Qingqing stood beside Long Sainan. She looked at Long Sainan, who was frowning, and comforted her softly. Long Sainan collected her thoughts and turned to look at Yu Qingqing. She asked, Flower Heart hasn't returned yet. They're here, isn't that one? Yu Qingqing looked into the distance and said with a smile. Xiao. Two figures dashed over from afar. They were Hua Hua and Hua Axayan. After the barbarian emperor escaped from the encirclement, Long Sainan immediately gave the task of killing the barbarian emperor to Flora. Hua Hua also knew that Yao Kaka's team was right in front of them. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ordered the Hua family assassins to chase after them. Then, he and Hua Axayan personally led and chased after them. What happened? Long Sainan looked at the two travel-worn people and asked anxiously. He's been killed. Hua Hua's expression didn't look good. His beautiful face was a little gloomy. He paused for a moment before he continued, however, I don't know if the barbarian emperor sent out a signal or if Yao Kaka and the rest discovered something. The troops behind us actually stopped advancing. What should we do? Lady Long. Ha! Long Sainan's worries were finally voiced. She raised her eyebrows and her eyes flickered. After a moment, she suddenly made a decision. She turned around and shouted, All troops, listen to my command. Advance at full speed. The troops of the monster race and barbarian race are just 30 miles ahead. Chase after them and kill them all. Since the situation on her side had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Long Sainan only used a moment to think through everything. After all, there were so many people on her side. It would be very difficult to hide completely. Since sneak attacks didn't work, she would advance directly. With the number of elites on her side, it was obvious that they had double the number of the troops of the monster race and barbarian race. They could definitely defeat them directly. Advance at full speed. Long Sainan's command was passed down by the leaders of the troops. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of the massacre. Moreover, a few thousand of them killing a few hundred people wasn't satisfying enough. Once they heard that there was more ahead, they rushed forward excitedly. In an instant, the speed of the troops increased tremendously. Yao Kaka and Man Gon had indeed received the news. The barbarian race had a unique way of transmitting messages. Before the barbarian emperor died, he burned all the brute force in his body to send a message to the barbarian race army that was tens of miles away. The content of the message was very short. It only mentioned the word, danger. However, a barbarian emperor had risked his life to send out the word, danger. This attracted enough attention from Man Gon. He immediately ordered the troops to stop advancing and sent out scouts to gather information. But after a moment, the feedback made Yao Kaka and Man Gon's expressions change. The House of Ares had actually gathered a large army to surround and kill them. Although they didn't know how many people the House of Ares had, they didn't know. But since the House of Ares dared to make a move, they should have enough confidence. All of Man gone, and Yao Kaka pondered for a moment. Then, the two of them started chattering. Although the demon race, barbarian race, and the House of Aries didn't speak the same language, just like in different places with different dialects, the high-level demon race and barbarian race could speak the human language fluently. Because the people of the divine city were all humans, they spoke the human language. Hence, the higher-ups of the demon race and barbarian race had to learn the human language so that they could interact with the divine city in the future. The two of them discussed for a moment and decided to change the route of the troops. Of course, they couldn't go further. Who knew if the black dragon that suddenly left would continue to chase after them as if it was crazy? Of course, they couldn't continue forward. There was a large number of humans in front of them. After discussing for a moment, they started running towards the left. They also immediately sent out a signal to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. They knew that there was a very special terrain on the left. There was a Duanren Peak. There were 3 cliffs there, and only one side could go up the mountain. Furthermore, the path up the mountain from this side was very narrow. It could be said to be a natural place to defend. Hence, when they found out that the House of Aries had actually sent a large army to kill them. After a short discussion, Yao Kaka and Man Gone decided to play this game. They used themselves as bait. At the same time, they crushed the rescue token given to them by the elders of their tribe to gather the demon race and barbarian race. They started to gather the demon race and barbarian race within 100 miles. This operation to kill Yi Qinghan had been declared a complete failure. They didn't get the divine equipment or the favor. Instead, they continuously suffered heavy casualties. Yao Kaka and Man Gone were very angry, and also very worried. These were all capable generals after they ascended to the throne in the future. If they returned to their tribe with their tails between their legs, then their status and reputation would be greatly reduced. Thinking about the mocking gazes of their competitors in the tribe, the two of them decided to completely ally with the demon race and barbarian race after a simple discussion. They would fight against the humans of the House of Aries together. Hence, when they received the news that the House of Aries had come to kill them, they didn't think of using the transportation formation to escape. Instead, they decided to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the army of the House of Aries. To give an explanation to themselves, to their dead subordinates, and to their tribe. Since Long Sainan wanted to fight, Yao Kaka and Man Gone naturally wouldn't be afraid. They decided to fight Long Sainan. Chapter 120. After running madly for half an hour, Duanren Peak was already in sight. Yao Kaka's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. He had noticed this terrain a long time ago and had personally explored it. This was a good place to escape. There were cliffs on 3 sides and it was impossible to climb. The only path up the mountain was also very narrow. It was a good place to wait for reinforcements. When they went to the Black Dragon Valley, the two of them brought over 2,000 people. In the Black Dragon Valley, the Black Dragon's body trembled and he was furious. Blood flowed like a river and there were countless casualties. In the end, because the Black Dragon had mysteriously left, they were able to regroup. However, when the 2,000 people were gathered together, there were only 1,000 people left. Although there were only 1,000 people, Yao Kaka was confident that with these 1,000 people, they could fight the army of the House of Aries at Duanren Peak and hold on for at least half a month. He and Man Gone had already sent out the rescue signal. He believed that in a few days, all the monster race and barbarian race on Hades Island would gather at Duanren Peak. At that time, they would attack from the front and back and completely defeat the army of the House of Aries. Then, they would take the opportunity to lead the army and charge towards the headquarters of the House of Aries and completely secure victory. After the bald Man Gone ascended Duanren Peak, his initial doubts were completely dispelled. After carefully inspecting the terrain, he was very satisfied when he discovered that there were a few teleportation formations scattered on the peak. He decisively gave the order to defend this place and wait for reinforcements. When reinforcements arrived, they would completely defeat the army of the god of war. Long Sinan did not know that the monster race and barbarian race were not actually allied. They had only temporarily allied because of a favor from 2 Qianjun and 3 divine weapons. At that moment, the temporary allied army had completely allied with the army of the House of Ares after the army of the House of Ares had attacked. Moreover, they were currently guarding a peculiar mountain peak. Their movements were majestic, and it was obvious that they were waiting for the divine battle abode to attack. Looking at the dangerous terrain, the winding and narrow passage, and the densely packed army of the demon race and barbarian race on the top of the mountain, Long Sinan unconsciously frowned. Damn, there is such a peak. How do we attack? Feng Zi cursed loudly after he carefully sized up Duanren Peak. He could vaguely see the demon clan and the barbarian clan on the peak, and the fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Hua Chao sighed and felt helpless. In such a dangerous terrain, there were so many demon clans and barbarians. Even if the elites of the Hua family sneaked up, they would not be of any use. This is difficult. Young Lady Long, do you have any good ideas? Even if it's hard to attack, we still have to attack. If we don't cripple them, the House of Ares can only surrender in this prefecture battle. There is no other way. Long Sinan didn't say anything, but Yu Qingqing took over the conversation. Looking at the demon race and the barbarian race who were roaring wildly on the mountaintop, thinking of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingwu whose life and death were still unknown, Yu Qingqing felt an inexplicable hatred in her heart that she had never felt before. Let's rest for a night. The battle will begin tomorrow. Long Sinan didn't say much. She just gave an order indifferently. Her expression was still calm, but her heart was very helpless and conflicted. She understood what Yao Kaka and Man Gon wanted to do. She also knew that this mountain peak would be difficult to attack. Even if they managed to attack, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, the arrow had to be fired. In such a situation, the House of Ares could only fight and not retreat. Otherwise, if their morale dropped, the elites of the House of Ares would be consigned to eternal damnation in this prefecture battle. Man proposes, God disposes. Long Sinan sighed slightly, turned around and walked away. On the second day, the sky had just brightened, and Duanren Peak was bustling with noise. Both sides began to prepare their meals. Once they were full, the battle would begin. Smoke rose from the chimneys. Countless people began to get busy. Countless people began to sharpen their swords and check their equipment. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive and fanatical. Both sides were full of fighting spirit. If looks could kill, the entire Duanren Peak would have been littered with corpses and blood would have flowed like a river. Rumble. The sun rose slowly from the east. The war drums were already beating. All the swords and knives were unsheathed. Countless swords and knives reflected dazzling rays of light under the sunlight. At this moment, the wind seemed to stop flowing. The temperature gradually rose, and the entire Duanren Peak was scorching hot. Kill! Long Sinan wielded her Dragon Cry sword and fiercely swung it forward. She stepped on the rugged mountain path, her entire body surrounded by battle aura. Like a goddess of war, she took the lead and charged towards Duanren Peak. Following closely behind her were all Marquis realm experts. Following Long Sinan's roar, dozens of Marquis realm experts released their battle chi at the same time. Colorful auras revolved around their bodies, making them look imposing. Behind them were all the elite disciples of the Yi family, Feng family, and Yu family. A few hundred people followed closely behind, while the rest gathered at the foot of the mountain, ready and waiting for orders. Due to the peculiar terrain here, there was only one mountain path that could fit more than 10 people abreast, so last night, Long Sinan gathered the leaders of each team and held a pre-battle meeting. She decided that the most elite would attack first. As long as they could break through the defense of the demon race and barbarian race, the elites behind would take advantage of the situation and attack. After all, such a narrow mountain path could only accommodate so many people. Rather than sending ordinary elites to their deaths, it was better to gather all the experts and attack in one fell swoop. This would disrupt the defensive formation of the demon race and barbarian race. The rest of the elites would take advantage of the situation to attack and kill the demon race and barbarian race once and for all. Boom! Boom! When the demon race and barbarian race saw the House of Ares' attack formation, they didn't panic at all. Yao Kaka and Man Gon gave a few orders, and the two races' defensive formation changed. More than 10 barbarian emperors took a step forward and blocked the mountain path like 10 tall mountains. On both sides, more than 10 demon emperors stood behind them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. More than 30 barbarian emperors and demon emperors formed a fan shape and completely surrounded the mountain path. Behind them, countless demon emperors and barbarian emperors surrounded them, ready to support them at any time. Yao Kaka and Man Gon smiled coldly as they looked at the countless human experts swarming towards them. They had carefully chosen the terrain to defend this place. There was a narrow path in front of them that could only allow 3 to 4 people to pass through at the same time. Thus, every time the 3 or 4 experts from the House of Ares charged up, they would face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors. Even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't dare to face the attacks of dozens of demon emperors and barbarian emperors head-on. Long Sinan naturally discovered the terrain where the demon race and barbarian race were stationed. She also saw the narrow path in front of the demon race and barbarian race's formation. She felt bitter in her heart. However, the current situation didn't allow her to retreat. She let out a long roar and the aura surrounding her body became denser again. She suddenly increased her speed. In mid-air, the sword light of the Dragon Cry sword exploded. It left the sword and slashed towards the barbarians in front of her. Chapter 121. The 3 Dragon City elites following closely behind Long Sinan were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. The young lady didn't even greet them before suddenly speeding up and charging straight into the barbarian emperors. If anything happened to them, they wouldn't even be able to atone for their sins by committing suicide. With a shout, they increased their speed and followed Long Sinan. The dozens of Marquis behind them didn't want to fall behind when they saw how fierce Long Sinan was. They brandished their swords and blades and followed. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperor's expressions didn't change in the slightest as they faced the surging sword and blade attacks of the House of Ares' Marquis. The dozen of them shouted at the same time. Their bodies suddenly lit up with yellow light, and they started to charge back against the countless sword and blade attacks. Countless sword and blade attacks slashed down on the barbarian emperor's heads. However, the released battle chi disappeared when it came into contact with the yellow light on the barbarian emperor's bodies. It didn't hurt them at all, only dimming the yellow light a little. The demon emperors on both sides didn't show any weakness. They used all kinds of demonic techniques as if they didn't cost anything. For a moment, the entire narrow opening shone brightly and explosions rang out continuously. They're actually burning brute force to form a defensive light barrier. Long Sanan's expression changed slightly. The House of Ares and the God of Barbarians residents had fought for many years and knew all the super skills of both sides like the back of her hand. The barbarian emperor's techniques that could resist the battle chi attacks were one of the barbarian's super skills. Burning brute force to form a super defensive barrier. The barbarians were born with great strength and almost all of them could cultivate brute force. However, their cultivation was extremely slow and it was very difficult for them to accumulate brute force. This amazing skill that burned brute force in exchange for super defense could only be learned by the barbarian emperors. However, normally, barbarian emperors wouldn't bear to use this skill. After all, using it once might consume the brute force they had accumulated for a year or two. But at this moment, the dozen or so barbarian emperors collectively used their brute force as if it didn't cost anything. The barbarian emperors' defenses were already very strong. Now that they had activated the light barrier, their defenses increased exponentially. They were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. No matter how you attacked, you couldn't hurt them at all. Of course, if Long Sinan and the others were given time, they could slowly grind them to death. But how could the demon emperors at the side give them the time to slowly torture the barbarian emperor to death? Be careful. Everyone, hold your breaths. The fox demon has released its fragrance. Long Sinan dodged the iron fist of a barbarian emperor. Suddenly, she discovered that the air had begun to fill with a faint fragrance. This fragrance was extremely pleasant. It was faint, but it seemed to have a special magical power that attracted people to smell it. Only after sniffing it, Long Sinan had felt that her battle chi became a bit slower and her movements became extremely stiff. His heart tightened, and he snapped out of his daze. But it was already too late. By the time Long Sinan said it was a game, the dozen or so dukes who had charged forward had all sniffed it. For a moment, the experts, who had been able to dodge the attacks of the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor with ease and ferocious attacks, were all stunned. Although they failed to break through the defensive line, they did kill a few demon commanders who wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch sneak attacks. However, at this moment, their movements suddenly slowed down. A few of them started to be injured by the sneak attack of the demon emperor. Retreat. Long Sinan sighed helplessly and gave the order to retreat. The cooperation between the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor was quite good. The dozen or so barbarian emperors didn't hesitate to burn the brute force they had painstakingly cultivated in exchange for a powerful defensive barrier of light. It was like a wall that blocked their advance. Their powerful defenses could completely ignore Long Sinan's attacks. They only needed to protect their eyes and they could rampage about without fear. Meanwhile, the dozen or so demon emperors all hid behind the barbarian emperors. Whenever they had the chance, they would launch sneak attacks. It was impossible to guard against them. Moreover, the terrain here was too narrow. They could not use their advantage in numbers at all. In the end, they were being suppressed by the demon emperor and barbarian emperor. Whoosh! 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 The flying swords of the Feng clan all floated over after Long Sinan gave the order to retreat. Of course, they had the cover of the barbarians. Moreover, they were too far away, so the flying swords could not cause too much damage. However, it was best to cover Long Sinan's retreat. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperors directly stretched out their fists and collided with the whistling flying swords, creating a loud noise. Countless flying swords were directly knocked away. However, the demon emperor collectively hid behind the barbarians when the flying swords came. They did not have the powerful defenses of the barbarians, so they naturally did not dare to face the flying swords head-on. Among the countless flying swords, the flying swords of the two marquis from the Feng clan caused the most damage. They were lucky enough to kill a demon emperor and break the defensive barriers of several barbarian emperors. However, under the fierce attacks of the barbarian emperors, the two marquis swordsmen of the Feng clan were also greatly injured. In the end, they embarrassingly recalled their flying swords. Long Sinan and the others did not stop at all when the flying swords came whistling over. They simply turned around and retreated. As for the demon emperor and barbarian emperor, they naturally did not dare to chase after the dozens of flying swords. They slowly retreated while blocking the flying swords. In the end, both sides stopped attacking and once again faced each other on the mountain peak and at the foot of the mountain. The battle this time was extremely short, only a few minutes, but the situation was extremely tragic and dangerous. Both sides did not suffer too many casualties. The War God clan had paid the price of heavily injuring a duke, while the Feng family's dukes and barbarians had killed a demon king and several demon commanders in a sneak attack. The result of the battle seemed to be that the House of Aries had a great advantage, but in reality, Long Sainan and Feng Zi knew that they had actually lost. They had lost completely. The House of Aries had doubled their fighting strength, so their morale was high. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor had suffered the devastation of the Black Dragon and was currently a defeated army. Their morale had fallen to rock bottom. One attacking and one defending. The attacking side had sent out almost all their experts, but the defending side still seemed to have some strength left. At the very least, the two demon emperors, Yao Kaka and Man Gon, did not directly participate in the battle. Most importantly, the House of Aries' ferocious attack only lasted for a few minutes before they were forced to retreat. There was a saying from the ancients, "Fight in one go." Right now, their all-out attack was completely useless. They could not even tear a small hole in the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defensive line. There was no hope at all. This was a huge blow to the morale and confidence of the House of Aries. Damn it! The terrain of Duanren Peak is 2F** King Strange. How are we supposed to attack it like this? Feng Zi had been observing carefully before and after the battle. He wanted to see if there was any way to break through this dangerous terrain, break through the Demon Emperor and Barbarian Emperor's defenses, and completely defeat them. However, after observing and thinking for a long time, he felt that this seemed to be a dead end. There was no possibility at all. He could not help but curse angrily. Hua Hua's pretty face was also full of worry. She looked helplessly at Duanren Peak and sighed, "Yes. This short mountain road is like a gate. If the Barbarian Emperor stands there, he will be able to hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The main thing is that I did not expect the Barbarian Emperor to go all out this time. I reckon that after a dozen battles, the Barbarian Emperor's 10 years of hard work will be completely exhausted. It seems like they are going all out." Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. She exuded an aura called Chu Chu, and said sorrowfully, "We have to attack even if it's difficult. If we don't completely defeat them this time, we will be chased away by the two clans in a few days. When that time comes, who knows how many people will die. Pass down my order. Take a rest and continue attacking in the afternoon." Long Sainan's expression was still calm and her eyes were still determined. However, the corner of her eye twitched slightly. "Yes." The few of them nodded at the same time and looked at Duanren Peak again. In front of them, Duanren Peak was still like a broken blade rising from the ground, piercing through the clouds. Chapter 122. The attack in the afternoon was still as sharp as before. Long Sainan once again led the charge against the formation of the brute race and demon race. This time, she also added 3 vassal realm experts from the Feng and Yu families to the center of the group. This allowed them to take the opportunity to launch sneak attacks and tear open the defensive circle. As long as they could tear open a hole and let Long Sainan and the others kill their way in, the army behind them would be able to pour in endlessly and completely establish victory. However, it seemed that the Feng family swordsman's attack in the morning had alerted Yao Kaka and Man Gon. The formation in the afternoon actually changed slightly. The fan-shaped defensive formation in the morning turned into an arrow attack formation. The demons and barbarians actually began to counterattack. Rows of barbarian emperors in front emitted a faint yellow halo. It was still a super defensive halo formed by burning brute force. These barbarian emperors all covered their heads with one hand and held a huge mace in the other. Regardless of whether it was enough, they charged forward and smashed randomly. Behind them were all demon emperors and demon commanders. All sorts of demonic techniques were casually released at the mountain path in front of the barbarian emperors. Long Sainan's battle aura surrounded her. She was just about to give the order to charge when she saw the barbarians and demons start to counterattack. For a moment, they panicked and didn't know what to do. As for the Yu family's Duke realm expert spiritual illusion, because the barbarian emperors collectively covered their heads and couldn't see their eyes, it was completely ineffective. The Feng family's flying swords were also useless with the barbarian emperors blocking in front. They flew around a few times before helplessly retracting. In the end, the House of Ares' second attack ended with them being chased down by the demon and barbarian armies. After the battle, the House of Ares actually had a few Duke realm experts injured, while the demons and barbarians were completely unharmed. Ow ow. Waha. And at %. When the demon race and barbarian race saw the battle god Manor's people being chased down Duanren Peak in a sorry state, they shouted together. There was arrogant laughter, disdainful curses, and mocking laughter. This caused the morale of the battle god Manor's people to plummet. Damn it, stop laughing. Come down if you have the guts. I'll take you all down by myself. Damned ladyboy, come down here and fight me one-on-one. Yao Kaka, your father's son doesn't have an asshole. Get the F***CK down, I'll F***CK you. F***CK my son, your mother is calling you to go back for dinner. Countless elites of the House of Ares couldn't stand the mockery and insults from the demon race and the barbarian race. They stood up, put their hands on their hips, and began to scold each other. It was just that the ordinary elites of the three sides didn't really understand each other's language. Although they could occasionally understand a little, it felt like they were in a fog. And the people behind them didn't care if they understood or not. They only cared about how happy they were with their cursing. When they were tired, someone else would continue cursing. Human race, trash, hashtag, and come on, **% color. Thus, the third unofficial battle began. However, this time, it was not a battle of real swords and spears, but a battle of words. The people from both sides had their hands in their hands and exposed their arms. One side was at the top of the mountain while the other side was at the foot of the mountain. Each side was using their own native language to greet the other side's female clansmen. The oldest was an old lady, and the youngest was a girl who was not even a month old. The scolding was so carefree and surging. It could be said to be a great spectacle. Sister Sinan, why didn't you stop them? Listen, the more they scolded, the worse it is. I can't stand it anymore. Long Sinan immediately gave the order to rest on the spot after she started cursing. She immediately hid in the tent and ignored the situation outside. She just leisurely drank tea inside. After Yu Qingqing stopped for a while, she really couldn't stand it anymore. She went into Long Sanan's tent and pouted. Hee, they are angry. If we don't let them vent their anger, their morale will get lower and lower. Who cares about them, Fangjing won't die. Long Sinan glanced at Yu Qingqing indifferently. She didn't think much of it and continued drinking tea. Yu Qingqing's quick-witted eyes turned and immediately understood Long Sanan's meaning. In the two battles today, their side had suffered consecutive losses. Moreover, they had fought in an extremely aggrieved and infuriated manner. Everyone was angry. Moreover, at this moment, everyone knew that it would be extremely difficult to break through the defense line of the demon race and barbarian race. Therefore, they could only use cursing to extinguish the anger in their hearts. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingqing couldn't help but cover her ears. She shook her head and sighed, but it's too unpleasant to hear. Listen. What are all these? Sigh. Hee. Long Sanan's expression also stiffened. Her heroic face started to turn slightly red. She shook her head helplessly and used her battle chi to directly seal her hearing. When the animals outside saw this, they actually began to describe the female reproductive organs of the barbarian race. They said that it was thicker than a cow's mouth, that the hair at the side was thicker than an arm, and that the hole was so deep that a cow could go in. Both of them were virgins. If you want to scold them, then scold them. How could they endure such insults? This huge battle only ended in the evening. The result was, of course, the victory of the House of Aries, which had many people and had many mouths. Everyone scolded to their heart's content and their moods also improved. One by one, they began to cook rice and eat to their heart's content. During the meal, there were still sounds of chatter everywhere. It was as if they were bragging about how heroic, how arrogant, and how literary they were in the afternoon. This scared Long Sainan and Yu Qingqing, who were about to come out to eat, so they retreated back in fear. They no longer had any appetite. Yao Kaka and Man Gon both had very good appetites. Today, they had actually fought two classic battles that could be recorded in the history books of their respective races. They were in a very good mood and of course, their appetites were also very good. After finishing a few portions of roasted meat and a dozen bottles of wine, the two of them actually started to put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. However, when one of them was more than 2 meters tall and the other was only a little more than 1.7 meters tall, they didn't look like brothers at all. Instead, they looked like father and son hugging each other. The two of them were the absolute number one of the younger generation in their respective races. Their status was almost the same. Of course, their status was much higher than that of Yi Qinghan and Feng Zi. Even Long Sainan was a level lower than them. Furthermore, the two of them were almost the same in terms of strength. Therefore, after today's joint battle, the two of them were extremely close to each other. Chapter 123. Young Master Yao, today, your command was amazing. This battle made me happier than getting a few virgins. Come, let's continue. Man Gon opened his mouth wide and rubbed his bald head. His voice was unusually loud and clear, causing a few leaves to fall off. Young Master Man is really willing to spend. Today's two battles have probably used up all the brute force that your subordinates have been training for a year. Yao Kaka laughed heartily as he swung his dazzling golden hair in a pleased manner. He gave Man Gon a thumbs up as he laughed. As long as we can win this battle, it's fine even if we use up all their brute force. Even if they use up all their brute force, can't they train again? When I get back, I'll ask my father for some treasures to compensate them. Oh right, do you think the people we secretly sent back to deliver the message will be intercepted by the House of Aries? Man Gon waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The hierarchy in the barbarian tribe was very strict. As the young tribe leader of the barbarian tribe, he could not make a dozen barbarian emperors burn their brute force. Even if he asked them to commit suicide, they would not dare to not die. Therefore, he didn't feel any guilt. Instead, he was a little worried that the dozen or so subordinates they had sent out yesterday would be intercepted by the battle god's residents when they returned to their own camps to get reinforcements. They knew that today's battle was a complete victory for them. But if there were no reinforcements for a long time, they would be trapped here and die. Yao Kaka gulped down a jug of wine and wiped his mouth. He said nonchalantly, "It's fine. It's fine even if all of them are killed. You and I have already activated the rescue tokens we brought. I believe it won't be long before all the nearby tribesmen know about the situation here. Sending them out is to attract the attention of the House of Aries. If one or two of them manage to escape, then the reinforcements will arrive faster. Don't worry, I have other arrangements. You will know when the time comes. In 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days, the reinforcements will definitely arrive. Let's play with them for these few days." The day the reinforcements arrive will be the day we trample over the House of Aries. Man Gon laughed and raised his cup. He was in a good mood. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood, even though he was physically and mentally exhausted from running and cultivating for several days straight. However, feeling the rolling battle chi droplets in his dantian, he couldn't help but feel bad. In only a few days, the battle chi droplets that he had accumulated before had almost filled up his dantian. Before reaching the general realm, cultivation was very simple. If it was someone with extraordinary talent, they might only need a few months to a year to break through to the general realm. Cultivation before the general realm completely depended on one's physique. Geniuses with very few blockages in their meridians could easily break through them. For example, Yi Dao, Yi Qingguo, and Yi Qingquang. As for cultivation after the general realm, it would depend on personal effort and comprehension. The cultivation of the general realm ultimately depended on one's diligence. Constantly absorbing the spiritual qi in the world and turning it into battle qi in one's body, then compressing the accumulated battle qi in one's dantian and turning it into battle qi droplets that filled the entire dantian. Then, through the battle qi droplets, one would expand the dantian and completely fit the dantian acupoint. Only then would one reach the general realm. This process was very tedious, complicated, and boring. Therefore, many people would stay in this realm for 2 to 3 years. For example, Hua Hua and Feng Zi had stayed in this realm for more than a year. After a few months on Nether Island, they were still in the 3rd level of the general realm. Yi Qinghan was much more diligent in cultivation than Feng Zi and Hua Hua. However, he had only broken through to the general realm a few months ago. On the way to Dragon City, he had just broken through to the general realm. After coming to Nether Island, he kept cultivating whenever he had time. A while ago, he barely reached the 2nd level of the general realm. Over the past few days, with the enormous energy from the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the 3rd level of the general realm. As long as he continued to accumulate battle qi droplets, expand his dantian, and completely fuse it with the dantian acupoint, he would be able to break through to the general realm. At this moment, the overflowing energy from his chest was still surging into his meridians. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as this state lasted for one more day, he would definitely be able to break through to the general realm. Xiao He had obviously made significant progress during this period of cultivation. At this moment, he was also crazily absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal. When the time came, the two of them would probably finish absorbing the energy from the dragon crystal at the same time. Yi Qinghan was absolutely confident that he could instantly kill any 1st or 2nd level Duke Realm expert with the body fusion battle skill and soul dizziness. Of course, he wasn't so confident about killing a 3rd level Demon Emperor or peak Barbarian Emperor martial artist. After all, this kind of martial artist's cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Moreover, they had already started to study the laws of heaven and earth. Their soul cultivation was probably very high. Run, run. Cultivate, cultivate. Yi Qinghan once again experienced a painful yet joyful life that he hadn't experienced in a long time. After running crazily for several days, his muscles began to ache and burn. His spirit was also very tired, both physically and mentally. However, he knew that anyone would risk their lives to seize such an opportunity. Yi Qingguo was also very tired. As Yi Qingyo's precious granddaughter, she had been treated like a treasure since she was young. She had never been so tired, nor had she suffered so much. However, every time she glanced at the handsome youth in front of her and saw him madly running ahead, she would forcefully lift her slightly swollen legs and continue to follow. She was a 1st level martial expert. How could she lose to a brat from her clan? Moreover, this brat was a youth that she admired. Yi Shi-san was naturally tired as well, but he was only slightly tired. The powerful strength of a 3rd level duke made this level of running very easy for them. However, such boring running made him feel somewhat tired. However, when his tired eyes glanced at Yi Qinghan beside him, he suddenly felt energized. With his powerful soul perception, he could clearly sense that the battle aura within Yi Qinghan's body was constantly strengthening. In just a few short days, he had broken through from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the general realm, and it was still growing. Yi Shi-san recalled the time Xiao He had stayed in the Black Dragon Valley. Although he hadn't discovered the existence of the dragon crystal when he returned, he couldn't help but become suspicious. However, he couldn't help but suspect that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy when he broke through to the third level of the general stage the previous day. That was why he was certain that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal or absorbing its energy. Chapter 124. This world was very special. There were numerous treasures. Of course, there were treasures that could increase one's battle chi, such as medicinal pills. Snow Panacea of Shui clan was a famous medicinal pill that could increase one's battle chi absorption speed. However, the only treasure he knew of in this world that could directly elevate a first-grade general to third-grade general in just a few days and still continue to elevate was the dragon crystal. Only when a giant dragon laid eggs would there be a very small chance that a dragon crystal would appear. Dragon crystals were very heaven-defying treasures. They contained extremely pure and vast amounts of energy. It could raise a newborn dragon's strength to that of a level 5 magical beast in a short period of time. Furthermore, the young dragon that swallowed the dragon crystal would have a high chance of breaking through its parents' rank after it matured. For example, the black dragon would have the chance to mutate into a holy beast. Now that he had confirmed that Yi Qinghan was refining the dragon crystal and that his strength was increasing rapidly, Yi Shisan was naturally excited. The dragon crystal was obtained by Xiao He, so of course, they did not dare to hope that Xiao He would refine it for him. Moreover, even if they obtained the dragon crystal, it would eventually be refined by Yi Qinghan. Why? This was a very simple question. That was because Yi Qinghan had a holy beast and a heaven-defying fusion skill. Although Yi Qinghan's current strength was still very weak to them, and they could kill him easily. However, once Yi Qinghan grew up, he would definitely become a figure that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Yi family's founding ancestor, the Night Emperor. Even ancestor Yi Ruoxue paled in comparison. After all, ancestor Yi Ruoxue did not have such a heaven-defying and awesome fusion battle technique. He was imagining how Yi Qinghan would defeat all the experts from the God of Monsters and the God of Barbarians after he grew to the Saint Realm. His soul was so excited that it was trembling. Therefore, although he was a little tired, his spirit was getting better and better. Even Knight 17, who was scouting in the distance, was running more cheerfully. At this time, they were close to the chaotic battlefield. Of course, they did not want to let down their guard. They also increased the distance of their scouting. Once they encountered the barbarian tribe or the demon tribe, they would immediately escape with Yi Qinghan and Yi Qingguo. The two of them were at the second or third level of the Marquis realm. If neither of them escaped with another person, no one would be able to stop them. Long Sainan was a little annoyed. Her expression, which had always been calm and steady, also became slightly gloomy. 3 days, 3 whole days. She organized more than 10 attacks, but they were all blocked by Yao Kaka and Brute Gon. After 2 failed attacks on the first day, she changed her strategy on the second day. She decided to forcefully break through the barbarians' defensive perimeter regardless of the casualties. She began to send people to forcefully attack at all times. She mixed the ordinary elites and Marquis realm experts together and took turns attacking the defensive perimeter to exhaust the barbarian king's brute strength. She knew that in order to break through the defense line that was like an iron wall halfway up the mountain, she had to completely exhaust the brute strength of the barbarian kings. Otherwise, as long as the stone pillars were still shining with a yellow light, her people would never be able to break through the defensive perimeter and completely stop the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe on the mountain. Therefore, she began to carry out the bloody battle plan. Regardless of the casualties, she did not care about the price. Through continuous fighting, she exhausted the barbarian king's brute strength. Only 3 days had passed, but the dozen or so stone pillars at the waist of the mountain were still shining with a faint yellow light. They stood there like 10 insurmountable mountains. Therefore, she was very angry. Her expression was no longer as calm and collected as before. Instead, she began to feel slightly anxious. In 3 days, she had sacrificed the lives of hundreds of elite disciples. She had only killed a few dozen people from the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe. Moreover, most of these people were disciples of Dragon City. How could she be in a good mood? How could her expression not be bad? Swoosh! A figure flashed by and pulled Long Sainan's thoughts back to reality. She took a few deep breaths and twisted the muscles on her face so that she did not look so bad. It was Flora. She had a beautiful face, but she looked travel-worn. Furthermore, she did not look too good. Flora did not exchange any pleasantries. Her face darkened and she said anxiously, "There is news from 100 miles to the left. A large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe have begun to gather. I estimate that in at most 5 days, a large number of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe will arrive here. We only have 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must retreat." The news brought by Flora made Long Sainan, who had finally calmed down, change her expression again. Although she had expected that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would definitely know about the situation here and would come to help. However, she did not expect that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would receive the news so quickly. Moreover, they did not come alone, but gathered together. It was obvious that the news here had been leaked immediately. Thinking about the dozen demon tribe and the barbarian tribe scouts that were killed a few days ago, Long Sainan shook her head helplessly and said, 3 days? Do your best. I hope that the god of war can protect your people. Attack, attack. Attack at all costs, attack at all costs. That night, the House of Ares held another pre-war meeting and reported the latest information to the leaders of the teams. When everyone learned that the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe would arrive in a few days, their expressions changed. At the same time, they unanimously agreed to annihilate the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe in the valley at all costs. Most of the higher-ups of the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe were gathered on Duanren Peak. The only way for the House of Ares to ensure the failure of the alliance between the demon tribe and the barbarian tribe was to annihilate them. Otherwise, all the elites of the House of Ares would be consigned to eternal damnation. They had no choice but to fight and burn their boats. If they did not win, they would die. They had no choice but to use their lives to pave a way out. The low and dull sound of the war drums disturbed the tranquility of the morning. The sun had not risen yet, but the nether island was foggy. Through the thick white fog, the Duanren Peak in front of them was faintly discernible. It was like a giant beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It sat there cross-legged, revealing its ferocious claws and teeth. Kill. Long Sainan was dressed in a red robe, looking valiant and heroic. She suddenly pointed the dragon-cry sword in her hand at the peak. Countless elites of the House of Ares began to surge towards the winding path in the middle of the peak in the thick white fog. At the foot of the mountain, rows of elites were all equipped with sabers and armors, ready to replace the troops in front of them at any time. They continued to pour out their hot blood and use their bodies to pave a way for the elites behind them. Young master, help me summon my old parents. Brothers, remember to burn more paper money for me every month. My expenses are very high. I heard that the price of goods in the netherworld is rising rapidly. Tell my second sister-in-law next door that I've always had a crush on her. Also, tell her to close the windows when she showers. Old 6, remember to pay off the debt from the lovely spring brothel. Also, tell Fong Fong not to let her guests owe money in the future. Not everyone has a conscience as good as mine. Chapter 125. The first to attack were the sacrificial soldiers of Dragon City and the few great families. They all knew that in today's battle, they would undoubtedly die, so they didn't feel too much worry, anger, or sorrow. Instead, they calmly made arrangements for their deaths, and then with a smile, they rushed up the mountain path. Although Long Sainan and the young masters of the clans had promised that their families and friends would be well taken care of, people always wanted to say something before they died. Although it was a little naggy, a little childish, and a little funny, they didn't care anymore. Gao Kaka and Man Gon's expressions, which had been calm for many days, finally changed as they faced the battle god's residence's relentless assault. The Berserker emperors of the Berserker tribe could be said to have used up their strength like water under such continuous attacks. If this continued, these Berserker emperors would be exhausted to death before reinforcements arrived. At that time, who would be able to resist Long Sinan and the dozens of powerful dukes of the Divine War Manor? They had no choice but to send these barbarian emperors to the second line of defense. The first line of defense was blocked by the remaining 1,000 ordinary elites. Both sides entered a melee battle. It became a battle of attrition. If the House of Ares sent out Marquis, they would send the barbarian emperors. And if the House of Ares sent out ordinary elites, they would also send out ordinary elites to fight. Long Sinan had no choice but to continuously send out ordinary elites to attack. This was because the House of Ares had no other choice but to fight their way out. The monster race and the barbarian race were on the defensive side and had the geographical advantage. Although both sides had suffered countless casualties, the House of Ares had obviously suffered more. The crooked little Daoist path was already covered in dark red blood. Countless injured people were carried down and countless corpses were thrown down. Countless broken limbs and pieces of flesh covered the entire mountainside. This battle lasted from morning until late at night. The number of people who had died on both sides had already exceeded 1,000. The entire Duanren Peak was filled with the pungent smell of fresh blood. The rotting stench of corpses that had been exposed to the sun was emitted. Therefore, the humans, monsters, and barbarians were all in a killing frenzy. Their hearts were cold and their weapons were drawn. Dong! 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 The drums of the House of Ares sounded in the middle of the night. The attack had stopped. Duanren Peak was still standing quietly in the night. The barbarian tribe and the monster tribe did not come out to roar and laugh at them again. The three clans seemed to have gotten tired of killing and were about to leave. All of them silently returned to the camp, collected the corpses, and cremated them together. It was also late at night, but no one was sleepy. Even the injured struggled to get up, standing together among the cremated corpses in silence. The person who was still alive and kicking during the day was now lying quietly in a deep sleep. The raging flames illuminated everyone's eyes, illuminating the sorrow in their eyes, illuminating the trace of hatred hidden deep in their eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. The night had just receded, but the people of the House of Ares had already woken up. Perhaps they hadn't slept at all. They stared at the towering Duanren Peak. They picked up the swords in their hands again and continued their unfinished journey, which they didn't know if they would be able to complete. Stop! We can't go any further. Yi Qinghan and the other two were also completing their journey, but it was a journey of running. However, this afternoon, Yi 17, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly turned around with a shocked expression. He waved at the three of them and roared as if he had encountered something big. The three of them quickly stopped. Although Knight 17 was usually a bit mischievous, he wouldn't do something like this. So they had a bad feeling in their hearts, as if something big was about to happen. They looked at Knight 17 in a daze and began to listen to his explanation. Yi 17 panted heavily and said with a lingering fear, "We found a large number of barbarians 20 kilometers ahead. There are at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them." Ah! They were surrounded again. The three of them looked at each other. Their first thought was that they had been surrounded by the barbarians and monster tribe again. However, after a moment, they rejected this speculation. There were only a few of them, so there was no need to mobilize thousands of people to kill them. Furthermore, Yi 13 and Yi 17 were both Marquis realm experts. If they were surrounded by ordinary soldiers, then even double their numbers would be useless. "Have you scouted the left and right?" Did you find any barbarians or monster tribe? After a short period of shock, Yi 13th regained his composure and began to carefully inquire about the situation. I didn't go. When I found the barbarians and monster tribe up ahead, I wanted to tell you immediately. Where would I have the time to scout the surroundings? Yi 17 said as he rubbed his head. Yi 13's eyes flickered a few times as he decisively ordered Yi 17, quickly go and scout the other 3 directions. We will wait for you here. I will give you 20 minutes. Although Yi 17 was a bit puzzled, he had always carried out Yi 13's orders seriously. Without another word, he turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared before the 3 of them. We aren't running. After Yi 17 left, Yi 13th was not overly nervous. He just told Yi Qinghan to sit cross-legged and continue to cultivate while he leisurely observed the surrounding scenery. Yi Qingwu asked doubtfully. If my guess is correct, there should be no problem. Take a rest. When 17 comes back, you will know. Yi 13th smiled slightly as if he didn't need to worry about Yi Qingwu. The other 3 directions are safe. 10 minutes later, Yi 17 returned. He brought back a piece of news that Yi 13th had expected. Yi 13th nodded and asked again, did you carefully observe the direction of the barbarian army just now? Yi 17 thought for a moment and said with a frown, Oh. I didn't pay attention. There were too many people and it was a bit chaotic. I didn't dare to get close, but it seems that most of them are moving to our left. Yes, the left. The 2 barbarian emperors leading them are moving to the left. Left? The left is the center of the chaotic battlefield. What are they going to do with so many people? Yi 13th murmured. He fell silent and began to carefully calculate and think. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and said, Let's take it slow. I think something big is going to happen. Otherwise, the barbarians wouldn't have gathered such a large army. 17th, I will have to trouble you for the next few days. Pay close attention to the movements of the barbarian army and pay attention to the situation around us. We will follow them from a distance and see what they are up to. Okay. Yi 17 nodded and did not say anything else. He then fled again. Chapter 126. Young Master Han, how much longer do you need to cultivate? Yi Shisan's figure gradually disappeared in front of them. Yi Shisan turned his head and said directly to Yi Qinghan. Hearing Yi Shisan's question, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, Tomorrow. The energy overflowing from his chest had slowly slowed down. He estimated that the energy overflowing from his chest would stop by tomorrow at the latest. At this moment, his dantian had almost fused with his dantian acupoint. He had information that after cultivating in the afternoon and attacking at night, he would completely fuse his dantian and dantian acupoint tonight and enter the martial realm, so he didn't say much. He simply said 2 words and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Then let's rest for an hour, and then we'll slowly catch up with the barbarian army and see what they are plotting. Yi Shisan nodded, gave a few simple instructions to the 2, and then went to stand guard. An hour later, Yi Qinghan and the other 2 began to slowly move forward, closely following the barbarian and monster army. The energy overflowing from Yi Qinghan's chest was not as turbulent as before, so he only needed to slowly circulate his battle qi and slowly bring the overflowing energy into his dantian. Therefore, they were not as busy as they were a few days ago. Instead, they walked slowly and leisurely, guessing where the barbarian army was going. What were they going to do? Long Sainan, of course, knew where the barbarian army was going and what they were going to do. After a few days of investigation by the Hua family scouts, it was clear that this barbarian army was only one of the 2 foreign tribes that had come to help. The actual number was about 2,000, and there was also a monster army of about 2,500 people in the west. They would reach Duanren Peak in 2 days. Therefore, they only had 1 day left. After 1 day, if they had not reached the top of Duanren Peak, they would have to retreat. They retreated frantically, back to the stronghold, and then continued to retreat until they reached their temporary base camp. If the demon clan and the barbarian clan joined forces to encircle them, the elites of the House of Ares would be hunted down like stray dogs on the Netherworld Island until the end of the battle. Watching the elites of the House of Ares retreat like the tide, Long Sinan let out a deep sigh and shook her head helplessly. His face had long since lost his usual composure and heroic spirit. Instead, there was a trace of desolation and helplessness that was difficult to conceal. "Sister Sinan, what should we do? If we can't take it by tomorrow evening, we'll have to retreat. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded by the demon clan and the barbarian clan. We won't even have a chance to retreat." Yu Qingqing's face was also filled with deep loneliness and worry. Yi Qinghan had been missing for half a month, and there was no news at all. She knew that with Yi 13th and 17th by his side, there shouldn't be any problems. However, it had been half a month without any news, so he was a little worried. Moreover, now that the House of Ares had suffered consecutive defeats, their future was bleak. She didn't know what to do. She knew that with Yu Xiangu by his side, and she had the treasure bestowed by the patriarch, protecting her life shouldn't be a problem. However, if the House of Ares was completely defeated, the hundreds of elite disciples of the Yu clan would probably not be able to escape the fate of death. No matter how strong or weak a woman was, she was still a woman. When she was helpless and at a loss, she would think of the man she loved, the man she could rely on by her side. Although she wasn't sure if she had fallen in love with that weak youth, at this moment, she wanted Yi Qinghan by his side, even if they had to escape together and wander around the Netherworld Island. We have no way to retreat. In tomorrow's battle, if we don't succeed, we die. Our backs are against the river, and we die without a fight. Let's fight for the last time tomorrow. Whether we succeed or not depends on the heavens. A trace of determination flashed in Long Sanan's eyes. This battle was organized by her, so she had to be responsible for these thousands of people. Too many people had died in the past few days. On her side, more than 1,000 people had died in battle. There were also a few hundred people lying in temporary tents with heavy injuries. On her side, there were only about 2,000 people who had complete fighting strength. If they could kill all of the 1,000 monster and barbarian higher-ups on Duanren Peak, they might have a chance to survive. However, she didn't know that there were several teleportation arrays on the small Duanren Peak. If Yao Kaka and Man Gon wanted to escape, they only needed to send people to block the path for a few hours, and the higher-ups on Duanren Peak would be able to escape through the teleportation arrays. However, Man Gon and Yao Kaka had fought fiercely for the past few days, and more than half of the 2,000 people on their side had died, but they didn't choose to escape through the teleportation arrays. Instead, the more they fought, the more excited and ferocious they became. Nonsense. With such good terrain, if 1,000 monster and barbarian soldiers died, at least 1,500 people from the House of Ares would die. Only a fool wouldn't do such a good deal. The House of Ares only had these few elites left. Rather than wasting a lot of time chasing after them in the future, they might as well let them stay here forever. Swish, swish. At this moment, behind Duanren Peak, there was a sound of something piercing through the air. It caused the monster and barbarian soldiers who were on guard to scream in fear. F*CKU. We are on the same side. If you alert the House of Ares, I will eat you all alive. Yao Kaka shouted at his subordinates immediately. His face revealed an expression of surprise. He looked at the blurry figure in the night sky and let out a deep breath. Greetings, Your Excellency. I am late. Please forgive me. The black figure was extremely fast. Under the shocked gazes of the monster and barbarian soldiers, it pierced through the air and landed in front of Yaokaka. It knelt down on one knee. Ah! What kind of monster was this? Man-gon looked at the completely black monster in front of him. Its body was covered in long spear hairs and it had a pair of long wings on its back. He was shocked. Then, as if he had thought of something, he shouted as if he had seen a ghost, "Winged bird monster." Damn it! Weren't the winged bird monsters exterminated 1,000 years ago? What the hell? Hee hee. The corners of Yaokaka's mouth curled up into a happy smile. He smiled mysteriously at Man-gon and nodded at the winged bird monster. He said, "Ifei, you are late by 2 days. You must have arranged everything." Ha ha ha. Your Excellency, everything has been arranged. This time, the few thousand people from the House of Aries are destined to stay here forever. Ifei opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious face that was covered in hair. He laughed terrifyingly. When Yaokaka heard this, he laughed loudly. His golden hair swayed in the wind. His entire body emitted a brutal and terrifying aura like that of a ferocious beast. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, good. I will remember this. This time, I want Long Sainan to die without a place to be buried." Chapter 127. Ah! Young Master Yao, do you have any other plans? Man-gon was confused by the sight. He couldn't help but rub his bald head in confusion. His fist-sized eyes slowly turned as he asked Yaokaka. "You'll know after tomorrow. Young Master Man, don't worry. I've killed all the elites of the Divine Battle Abode. This is a great contribution, and it's enough for my tribe to remember it. I won't be stupid enough to kill your barbarian tribe's army. Besides, I don't have the ability to do so. Although the barbarian race and the demon race have a deep hatred for each other, on this nether island, we are absolute allies." Yaokaka seemed to feel Man-gon's worry. He immediately patted his chest and promised. He didn't want to make Man-gon suspicious. Otherwise, his many days of planning would be for naught. Seeing Man-gon nod his head in satisfaction, Yaokaka then said, "Young Master Man, your tribe's army will arrive here the day after tomorrow. Do you want to send someone to command them? If necessary, Ifei can bring him over. Although Ifei looks small, he should have no problem bringing a barbarian." "Alright, Man-shan, you go with this demon race brother. Take my token and you can command the entire barbarian race army. I want you to bring your men here at full speed. Then, we will surround and kill the elites of the House of Aries. This time, we must kill them all." Man-gon pointed at a barbarian king behind him and indicated for him to follow Ifei. Then, he took out a golden token from his golden leather armor and threw it to the barbarian king. Ifei bowed to Yaokaka. Then, he flapped his 2 huge wings and stretched out his 2 furry hands. He grabbed Man-shan and disappeared into the dark night. It was late at night, but Yi Qinghan didn't feel sleepy. Not only him, but even Yi 13th and 17th Yi Qingwu didn't feel sleepy at all. The 4 of them huddled together on an ancient tree. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged in the middle while the other 3 stood by his side to protect him. When night fell, the barbarian race army stopped advancing and set up camp to rest. They also found a secluded place more than 20 miles behind the barbarian army and began to rest. However, after a hasty dinner, Yi Qinghan very cautiously asked the 3 of them to stand guard for him. He was going to break through to the martial realm tonight, and it was very likely that he would succeed, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes and couldn't be disturbed in the slightest. Yi Shisan and the other 2 were shocked, but they did not dare to be careless. After carefully checking the situation, they surrounded Yi Qinghan and began to protect him. Cultivation in the general realm was very arduous. It took a lot of time and energy to accumulate a large amount of battle chi. At this moment, thanks to the pure energy of the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan was lucky enough to skip half of the process. He directly began to complete the final step, which was to completely fuse his Dantian and Dantian acupoints. After reaching the Commander realm, the warriors in the House of Aries had opened up all the meridians in their bodies and condensed their Dantian, which allowed the warriors in the House of Aries to have a place to store and transform their battle chi, greatly increasing the abundance of battle chi in their bodies. However, the newly condensed Dantian was very small and unstable. This was because the newly condensed Dantian only had 2 points on the Dantian acupoints. The cultivation in the general realm would further accumulate battle chi, turning it into a liquid state and increasing its quantity. Moreover, the Dantian would continue to expand until it completely fused with the Dantian acupoints. Because the warriors in the martial realm had more abundant battle chi and their Dantian was more stable, they could and dared to use more battle chi each time. Of course, their lethality would definitely be greater. After the martial realm, the warriors needed to slowly condense the liquid battle chi in their bodies into solid battle chi and condense the Dantian core. Once the Dantian core operated, the speed of the battle chi would be several times faster, and the attack would be more fierce. The gaseous state was the liquid state, and the solid state. Although the place to store battle chi was the Dantian, the quantity and quality of battle chi were 100 times different, and the power was also different. Therefore, warriors in higher realms could completely suppress warriors in lower realms. Today, with the surging energy of the dragon crystal, Yi Qinghan finally completely accumulated the liquid battle chi in his Dantian. As long as he successfully fused the Dantian tonight, he would be able to step into the martial realm. However, fusing the Dantian required fine details. He needed to slowly pierce the surface of the Dantian acupoints with battle chi, and then let them slowly fuse with each other under the nourishment of battle chi. This was a bit dangerous, mainly because if he was disturbed when he pierced the surface of the Dantian, the surging battle chi would completely burst the Dantian. Finally, the chaotic battle chi would surge all over the body, destroying all the meridians in the body, and finally exploding the body to death. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a warrior would choose an absolutely safe and quiet place to break through each realm. However, it was impossible to find such a place at this time and place. Therefore, Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were fully focused, constantly scanning the surroundings with battle chi surrounding them, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. Shisan, young Master Han must have refined the dragon crystal. But didn't Xiao He say that it would take 1 or 2 years to refine the dragon crystal? How did he succeed in just a few days? Also, young Master Han's realm improvement is too terrifying. TSK, a 16-year-old martial realm powerhouse. With this strength, I'm afraid all the old fogies in the family will be scared to death. After looking around, Yi 17 glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was surrounded by battle chi. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he turned to Yi Shisan and transmitted his voice to him. Yi Shisan didn't hide his love and admiration for Yi Qinghan. After sensing the surroundings with his soul, he transmitted his voice in doubt, "I'm not sure about this. It's true that it takes 1 or 2 years to refine the dragon crystal. I remember that in the information I obtained about the dragon crystal, it also said this. I think only young Master Han can explain the specifics. A 16-year-old martial realm martial artist is indeed the #1 genius in the House of Aries in the past century. If he can return safely this time, the Earth ranking will be refreshed again. Based on young Master Han's age and strength, he is definitely #1 on the Earth ranking. The Earth ranking was like a rising star in the House of Aries. Anyone under the age of 30 could enter the ranking. However, it wasn't based on strength, but based on age, realm, and other comprehensive strength. They were ranked according to their potential. For example, Yi Qinghuang was 25 years old and was at the 3rd level of the general realm. With his 7th grade battle beast, his overall strength could reach the 1st level of the martial realm, so he was ranked in the dozens. For example, Yi Qingwu was 20 years old and had reached the 1st level of the martial realm. With her 7th grade battle beast, her overall strength could reach the 3rd level of the martial realm, so she was ranked 6th. For example, Long Sai Nan was 28 years old and was at the peak of the Duke realm. She had 1 foot in the Emperor realm and was the undisputed number 1 on the Earth ranking. Chapter 128. Of course, the Earth list wasn't completely accurate. At the very least, people like Yi 13th and Yi 17th could be in the top 10, but they weren't on the list because they were deathsworn of the Yi family. They didn't expose their identity and strength in the House of Aries, so of course they weren't on the list. Moreover, there were many experts in the House of Aries. Many deathsworn of the family weren't on the list because they didn't care about their reputation or because they were hiding their strength. However, if Yi Qinghan's age and strength were exposed, he would definitely be number 1 on the Earth list. A 16-year-old martial artist, a sacred beast, a heaven-defying technique, and the body fusion technique. Even Long Sai Nan would be willing to give the number 1 position to him. Yi Qingwu's mood was somewhat complicated. Looking at the frail and delicate youth in front of her who was breaking through to the martial realm with his eyes closed, an indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. There was joy, admiration, and a hint of adoration. It had been more than a year since she first met this youth. He was still a shy boy in Myanmar who was regarded as trash by his family and bullied. In the War Beast Academy, she helped Yi Dao because she admired his character. She still remembered that he was flattered and smiled gratefully at her. She didn't expect that after a few months, this youth would grow up so quickly. Not only had he killed a few of the family's core disciples, but he had also crippled Yi Qingguang. In the end, after Yi Qingyu had sacrificed her soul, he had instantly killed Yi Rong, startling a group of elders. At that time, she saw Yi Qinghan's proud and aloof body and his stubborn and arrogant eyes. She slowly began to have an indescribable feeling towards this youth. Perhaps it was because Yi Qinghan's affectionate gaze towards Yi Qingyu moved her. Perhaps it was because she admired his proud and upright figure. Perhaps it was because she was moved by his deeds. In short, she began to silently pay attention to this youth who had experienced many hardships. However, he didn't expect that not only would Yi Qinghan's cultivation base continue to rise at a terrifying rate, but he also brought the sacred maiden of the Yu clan along after taking a stroll around the Yu clan. Although she later found out that it wasn't Yi Qinghan who wanted to take the Yu family's younger sister, but the Yu family's holy maiden, who insisted on sticking to Yi Qinghan no matter what. At this time, her mood began to become complicated. There was a trace of jealousy and a trace of unwillingness, as if the treasure she had discovered had been snatched away. As for Yi Qingyu, she was willing to sacrifice her life for Yi Qinghan. Of course, she would not be jealous or obstruct him. It was just that Yi Qingqing, how did she manage to kill her way in? Furthermore, the speed of her progress was even faster than her, and she had directly become his fiancé. Therefore, she wanted to speed up the progress of her relationship with Yi Qinghan. However, this was a rare opportunity for them to be alone, but Yi Qinghan was always cultivating. Most importantly, this kid was actually about to break through to the martial realm. If he broke through to the martial realm and fused with his holy beast, his strength would definitely break through the peak of the martial realm, and he would probably be able to reach the first level of the Duke realm. Then, she would not be his match anymore. In just a short year, the youth who once needed her protection, the young master who was once viewed as trash by the Yi family, was now about to surpass her, the #1 cultivation genius of the Yi family. This made her cultivation speed, which she had always been proud of, unable to be proud of. However, at this time, when she saw Yi Qinghan's slightly tanned face that was gradually maturing, she became happy again. He was destined to be her man. The stronger her man was, the more correct her judgment was. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know that Yi Qingwu was sitting opposite him and staring at him. He also didn't know that Yi Qingwu, the super beauty that even Tu Qianjun coveted, had secretly fallen in love with him. All he knew was that he was about to break through to the martial realm and would soon possess unparalleled strength. The fusion of the Dantian from the general realm to the martial realm was a delicate task for others. They needed to be extremely careful and would need at least a night to slowly and carefully fuse. However, for him, it couldn't be any easier. Less than 10 minutes had passed and he was about to succeed. The reason for this was all because of the bronze ring on his left hand. His left hand was different from others. He wore 2 rings. One was bronze with the word soul engraved on it, and the other was light yellow with a row of numbers and the word battle. The light yellow ring was, of course, the badge ring he received in Dragon City. It was used to prove his identity and collect points. Ever since he wore the ring in Dragon City, he couldn't take it off unless he cut off his finger or went to the Divine City to remove it after the prefecture battle. After several months of hard work, with the help of the 4 clan squads, as well as the rings that Xiao He brought back from the Black Dragon Valley a few days ago, he had accumulated a considerable amount of points. At this time, his points were already quite impressive. It had already broken through 5,000 and was about to reach 6,000. The other ring was a miraculous holy artifact that changed his trash physique. It was a ring that his father exchanged his life for in the continent's most dangerous place, the fallen god. There were several times when he thought that this ring was a counterfeit. However, when he was on the verge of death in the Savage Mountains, this ring finally proved its miraculous power. This ring could automatically protect its owner and emit a miraculous stream of air to heal his injuries. Moreover, by relying on this miraculous ring, he was able to unblock the 12 blockages in his physique. A trash had become a genius. Today, of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried that his Dantian would explode. Therefore, he didn't act like an ordinary person, carefully and slowly using his battle aura to pierce the outer layer of his Dantian and then fuse it with the Dantian acupoint before continuing to fuse with other areas. Because he had the bronze ring, he didn't have any scruples and directly used his battle aura to pierce the outer layer of his Dantian. In the short span of a second after the piercing, that familiar and warm stream of air began to flow from the ring through the skin of his left hand's ring finger directly into his body. It began to rapidly repair and fuse with his Dantian and Dantian acupoints. Feeling the surging battle aura in his body and the change in his realm, he felt that his soul was also changing. His entire body, including his soul, felt unprecedentedly powerful and comfortable. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but smile comfortably. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Ah! Breakthrough. Success. So fast. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were already sitting opposite Yi Qinghan. Yi Qingwu immediately felt the change in Yi Qinghan. Looking at his smiling eyes, the 3 of them were stunned. Yi 17's dry lips squirmed. In the end, he couldn't help but murmur, "This is 2F** King fast. Congratulations, young Master Han. The number 1 spot in the Earth ranking of the House of Aries is yours. Young Master Han, I'm afraid that in a few years, you will surpass us. Little Han, you're a freak. You've stolen the title of number 1 genius in my family." Chapter 129. The 3 of them were in a good mood and said with smiles. The general realm and the martial realm were the watershed. Many people who were not diligent in their cultivation and did not have high comprehension would always linger in this realm. Yi Qinghan had achieved so much at the age of 17, and in the Yi family, besides Yi Qingyu, they were the closest to Yi Qinghan. In the future, when Yi Qinghan gained power, their status would also rise. I broke through by luck. Thank you for your hard work these days. Yi Qinghan was also in a good mood, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Ah. Young Master Han, I'm confused. Yi Shisan was silent for a moment, and asked the question that had troubled them for a few days. Did your cultivation soar because of refining the dragon crystal? Dragon crystal? Yi Qinghan was startled. He thought of the pure energy coming from his chest, thought for a moment, and nodded. It should be the dragon crystal. doesn't it take 1 or 2 years to refine a dragon crystal? How did you succeed in refining it in a few days? Yi Shi-san asked again. Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said, I don't know the specifics. I didn't refine the dragon crystal. It was Xiao He who refined it, and the energy suddenly came from the beast's space. Ah! Yi Shi-san and Yi Shi-san looked at each other in surprise, still confused, and continued to ask, where is Xiao He? What strength has it reached now? What level of martial artists can you kill after merging with your battle beasts? You don't know. Xiao He is still asleep. He probably just finished refining and is now consolidating his cultivation. We won't know until he wakes up. It will probably take at least a day. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, strength? I don't know for now, but I think it should be no problem to kill a first-level duke. Ah! The three of them looked at each other, and two words appeared in their minds at the same time. Freak! Little Han, you're stronger than me now. You have to protect big sister in the future. Yi Qingwu smiled sweetly as she spoke to Yi Qinghan. Her pure and charming face pouted as she pouted her seductive little mouth. Ah! Yi Qinghan was startled and then realized that his overall strength was one level higher than the family's #1 cultivation genius, Yi Qingwu. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sister Yi Qinghan, don't worry. As long as I have the ability, I will protect you for the rest of my life. A lifetime. Hearing Yi Qinghan's unintentional words, Yi Qingwu's eyes instantly turned into two crescent moons. Pursing her alluring red lips, she smiled and said, all right, you said it. Don't go back on your words when the time comes. A 16-year-old youth saying that he could kill a level 1 duke was something that others would think was nonsense if these words got out. However, Yi Qingwu and the others knew that Yi Qinghan was not talking nonsense. With a powerful holy beast, a heaven-defying body fusion technique, and a martial realm strength, Yi Qinghan could easily achieve this. As for whether there were other special surprises, they would have to wait for Xiao He to wake up to find out. Kill. It was another early morning, and it was also foggy. However, Duanren Peak faced the fiercest attack of all. This morning, Long Seinen's words had informed all the elites in the House of Aries. Today was their last attack. Not far from them, there were already countless troops of the monster race and the barbarian race. If they didn't break through Duanren Peak today, they would be hunted down endlessly. Today, they could only fight with their backs against the wall. If they didn't win, they would die. Charge! Charge! Wave after wave of elites surged towards Duanren Peak. Countless injured people were carried down, and countless corpses were thrown down. Blood flowed down the winding mountain path once again, splattering on the soil at the foot of Duanren Peak and dyeing the green grass red. All Duke Realm cultivators, rest for the morning. In the afternoon, follow me to flatten Duanren Peak. Long Sainan turned her head and no longer looked at the tragic scene on Duanren Peak. She sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. She was prepared to gather all the Duke Realm cultivators in the afternoon to charge up Duanren Peak and break through the monster race and barbarian race's defensive line. All the Duke Realm cultivators no longer cared about the battle on Duanren Peak. They collectively began to conserve their strength in preparation for the final attack in the afternoon. The attack on Duanren Peak was now commanded by Feng Zihua, Yu Qingqing, and Feng Zihua. In reality, there wasn't much to command. They only commanded batch after batch of warriors to charge up and fight to the death with the elites of the monster race and barbarian race. Only when one batch was either dead or injured would they send out another batch to continue the attack. Duanren Peak became a meat grinder on the narrow mountain path. After a few days of continuous fighting, the monster race, barbarian race, and the House of Aries had already lost nearly 3,000 people. However, both sides knew that this narrow mountain path was a battleground for this battle. The side that successfully occupied this mountain path would obtain the final victory. The monster race and barbarian race wanted to use this narrow mountain path to obstruct the surging army of the House of Ares and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Finally, they would completely defeat the House of Ares. The House of Ares needed to completely conquer this mountain path before the monster race and barbarian race's army arrived. They had to kill all the barbarians and monsters on the mountain peak. Only then could they maintain a sliver of an advantage in the battle against the monster race and barbarian race later on. The sun gradually set in the west. Blood continued to flow on Dwanren Peak. The defense line of the barbarian race and monster race was as impenetrable as the faint yellow halos around the barbarian kings. Long Sinan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. His two dashing eyebrows suddenly furrowed and a biting cold murderous intent instantly appeared on his handsome face. The dozens of marquis sitting around him felt Long Sinan's surging murderous intent and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the towering Dwanren Peak in front of them and slowly released their murderous intent. For a moment, the nearby air seemed to stop flowing. The cold air was oppressive. Clang! Long Sinan slowly stood up and slowly pulled out the Dragoncry sword in his hand. He swept his gaze over the many experts behind him. Seeing that they were still prepared, he raised the Dragoncry sword high and fiercely swung it at Dwanren Peak. He shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Without saying much, the dozens of marquis behind him roared with murderous intent. They followed Long Sinan's footsteps and surged towards Dwanren Peak. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Feng Zi and the other two saw that Long Sinan was preparing for the final attack. Without saying much, they began to mobilize their elites and followed in their footsteps. They stepped on the mountain path that was a little sticky from the blood and rushed towards Dwanren Peak. All the barbarian kings and monsters, hold on. You only need to withstand this wave and victory will be ours. Yao Kaka had been standing at the top of the mountain and watching the foot of the mountain. At this moment, seeing that Long Sinan had led his people to charge again, he knew that this was the House of Ares' last wave of attack. However, it was also the most ferocious attack. He smiled faintly and began to arrange his troops. At the same time, he took out a signal talisman and held it in his hand. He only crushed it when Long Sinan and the others had already rushed up. Chapter 130. Young Master Yao, are you confident? Man Gon looked worriedly at the barbarian emperors fighting with Long Sinan and the others. Others might not know, but he knew that his subordinates were still glowing with yellow light and seemed like they could never break through the barbarian emperor's defense. Actually, these barbarian emperors could not hold on for much longer. The barbarian emperors had cultivated their strength for over 20 years. Under the constant attacks of the House of Ares, they had almost used up all their strength. If Yao Kaka's arrangements did not arrive soon, then once the barbarian emperors used up all their strength, they would all die in battle. Don't worry, you will know in half an hour. Yao Kaka laughed evilly. His golden hair shone under the reflection of the setting sun, making him look even more demonic. Ah! Man Gon did not waste any more time. He rubbed his bald head and turned his attention to the fiery battlefield halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the marquises of the House of Ares had all rushed up. However, the mountain path was narrow. There were only a dozen of them who could fight the barbarian emperors head-on. The rest of them could only release their battle chi from the back, save people, attack, or ambush. On the other hand, the dozen or so people in front of them had to withstand the attacks of the barbarian emperors who had nothing to do. On the other hand, they had to dodge the sneak attacks of the demon emperors. While dodging the attacks of the enemies, they also had to constantly attack the defensive circle of the barbarian emperors. This battle was extremely tiring and frustrating. However, they knew that this was their last chance. Over the past few days, they had been constantly sacrificing human lives to fill the gap. They had sacrificed nearly 1,000 elite and 2,000 lives just for this moment. They were fighting hard, but the barbarian emperors were fighting even harder. Therefore, they did not hold back. Their battle chi surged out as if it was free, continuously bombarding the yellow light of the barbarian emperors. Boom! 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 Ever since the battle began, the sound of battle chi and barbarian emperors colliding never stopped. It did not stop for even a second. The various colored battle chi of the House of Ares, the various techniques of the demon race, and the seemingly indestructible light of the barbarian emperors clashed. From the foot of the mountain, it looked as if there were countless fireworks blooming at the same time on Dwanren Peak. Everyone attacked the third barbarian sovereign from the left. Long Sinan moved sideways and dodged a heavy blow from a barbarian sovereign as she shouted. At the same time, he swung the dragon cry sword to the left, and a fiery red sword ray shot out from the sword towards the second barbarian emperor on the left. Ha! The dozen or so dukes behind him also released their battle chi at the first possible moment. He swung it straight at the barbarian emperor. Bang, bang, bang. After more than 10 battle aura attacks, the barbarian emperor's body was instantly surrounded by colorful battle aura, which randomly blossomed into a huge firework. Then, the battle aura and the yellow light disappeared at the same time. The barbarian emperor's brute force was finally exhausted, and his defensive barrier was broken. Kill. The cultivators from the House of Ares beside the barbaric emperor would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. Two of them brandished the long sabers in their hands at the first instant. The two long sabers emitted saber lights as they ruthlessly slashed towards the barbarian emperor. Bang! The barbaric emperor was sent flying, and the few demons behind him were also sent flying. The leather armor on his body cracked inch by inch, and the two bone-deep saber wounds on his chest were a ghastly sight. It seemed that he would not survive. Kill, kill, kill. The House of Ares cultivators were in high spirits. They had been attacking continuously for the past few days, and thousands of lives had been lost. Finally, they had opened a deep hole in the barbarians' defensive circle. A few dukes broke through the hole at the first instant and killed their way into the barbarians and demons. The dukes behind them quickly followed, further widening the hole and breaking their defensive formation. Well done. Fengzi waved his fists in the air, excitement on his face. This was the first time in a few days that they had broken through the defense of the barbarians and demons. This was an exciting situation, and they might even be able to completely disrupt the barbarians and demons' defensive formation. Once the formation was broken, the elites behind them would all rush forward. The doomsday of the barbarians and demons was coming. Ugh! This is the moment we can't make it. Hua Chao clenched her fists tightly, not noticing the sweat on her palms. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness. Yu Qingqing didn't say anything. She just stared at the mountainside with a pair of quick-witted eyes. Her graceful figure unconsciously trembled a little. Ha! Long Sinan circulated her battle chi even faster. She ignored her bleeding back and charged into the hole with the dragon cry sword in hand, avoiding the barbarian emperor and the demon emperor. She attacked left and right, and the ordinary barbarians and demons were actually no match for her. She understood that if she wanted to completely break through this line of defense, she had to widen the hole. Hence, even though she had been stabbed by a demon emperor, she still wanted to charge into the opening. She actually killed all the low-level demons and barbarians in the vicinity, widening the opening completely so that the army of the divine battle abode could charge in unhindered and win the battle. Kill. Under Long Sanan's desperate attack, the hole gradually widened. The powerful warriors of the House of Ares all roared and joined the battle. Behind them, groups of elites from the House of Ares followed closely behind. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the House of Ares. Young Master Yao, the situation is not good. Why aren't your men here yet? If they don't come soon, it will be dangerous. Mangon swept his bald head and looked at the more and more elites from the House of Ares surging up and down. The defense of the barbarians and demons looked like it was about to be broken. Once the line of defense was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't be anxious. Yao Kaka was also a little surprised as he looked at the battle situation halfway up the mountain. He didn't expect the divine war manor to be so desperate. They had actually opened up such a huge gap in such a short amount of time. He secretly felt a little anxious and his face darkened. However, in the next moment, his face, which was covered in light golden hair, suddenly became excited. He pointed to the sky on the right and laughed. Haha, they're here. The end of the House of Ares is here. Fortunately, everyone is attacking. Ha! Mangon was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He turned to look at the sky on the right and roared. Good. Children, follow me and kill. Roar. The reserve troops of the barbarians and demons looked at the sky on the right at the same time. In an instant, they roared in excitement and waved their weapons and fists. They followed Mangon and started to charge downwards. Chapter 131. Roar. Roar. When the monsters and barbarians heard the roars from the top of the mountain, it was as if they had taken stimulants. Initially, they were slowly retreating, but now, they roared at the same time. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they started to counterattack. Ha! What's going on? The elites of the House of Ares were stunned. They did not understand what was happening. The barbarians and monsters that were about to be defeated started to counterattack without any regard for their lives. Did they think that they could turn the situation around by relying on the hundreds of monsters and barbarians? Oh my God! What's that? In the next second, someone finally realized that something was wrong and shouted in fear. Suddenly, a huge dark cloud floated over from the right side of the sky. Countless half-human, half-bird monsters flew over. There were at least 100 of them. It was the first time that the people of the House of Ares had seen such strange monsters. They were all dumbfounded. Damn it! Aren't the winged bird demons extinct? Why are there so many winged bird demons? The ordinary elites of the House of Ares did not understand what those half-bird, half-human monsters were. However, Long Sinan and a few other elites, as well as the young masters and young mistresses of the big families, knew them very well. When Long Sinan saw the group of winged bird demons flying over, her face turned completely pale. She could not help but curse. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qing Chang's expressions also changed. Their families had records of this terrifying monster that had been extinct for thousands of years. In fact, the winged bird demons' attack and defense were relatively weak. They could even be considered trash. However, the winged bird demons had a very powerful demonic skill, teleportation. The winged bird demons could set up a teleportation formation. Then, a few of the winged bird demons could use teleportation demonic skills to continuously summon their companions to their side. This skill was very powerful. As long as the winged bird demons were around, the winged bird demons could continuously summon reinforcements from afar. However, it was said that the winged bird demons had been extinct for thousands of years. They did not expect the winged bird demons to appear at such a crucial time. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Hurry! Long Sinan looked at the hundreds of winged bird demons in the sky. They began to descend on Duanren Peak. She knew that due to the appearance of the winged bird demon, there was no turning back in this battle. They were doomed to fail, utterly defeated. He sighed helplessly and gave the order to retreat. If they did not retreat now, then the remaining 2,000 elites of the House of Ares would be left here forever. Retreat! Retreat to the foot of the mountain and break out of the encirclement. Feng Zi shouted immediately. The elites behind him quickly retreated to the foot of the mountain. Shio! Shio! Swoosh! On the Duanren peak, the bodies of dozens of bird demons suddenly began to shine with a burst of golden light. Then, a group of demons and barbarians began to appear next to each of the bird demons. The light continued to shine as more and more members of the demon race and barbarian race were teleported over. These members of the demon race and barbarian race quickly joined Yao Kaka and Mangon's counterattack. The barbarian race and the demon race became more and more powerful while the House of Ares began to retreat in a frenzy. Only Long Sinan and a few Duke realm experts were left behind to do their best to delay the demon race and barbarian race's pursuit. Seeing Long Sinan and a few Duke realm experts blocking the road and doing their best to delay the demon race and barbarian race's pursuit, Yao Kaka did not panic at all. Instead, he watched leisurely from the side and laughed loudly. Long Sinan, you can't escape. Ha, I'm not afraid to tell you that there are more than 200 to 300 bird demons here. There are still several hundred bird demons nearby. Right now, young Master Man and I have gathered all the demon race and barbarian race's forces. There are a total of 10,000 people and we have surrounded you. You have nowhere to run. Just surrender. Roar! Roar! As if in response to Yao Kaka's words, a golden light suddenly lit up near the foot of Duanren Peak, illuminating the entire sky. Then, the roars of the monster tribe and the barbarian tribe came from all directions. The roars grew louder and louder until it was deafening and resonated through the heavens and the earth. It's over. Long Sinan and the Duke realm experts, as well as Feng Zihua and the others, heard the roars coming from all around them. Their minds went blank at the same time. Only two simple but cruel words appeared. There was no fear or panic on their faces. Instead, they were deathly pale. In the distance, the sun was slowly setting. The sunset glow was brighter than blood under the last ray of light. Yi Qinghan was very shocked. It was just like the first time he saw the bird demon the night before. At this moment, he was hiding in an ancient tree, looking ahead through the dense foliage. In front of him, there was a wide grassland. Nearly 100 transporting formations were glowing with golden light. The barbarian race members were orderly walking towards the transporting formations under the command of their leaders. Then, the transporting formations flashed and the barbarian race members disappeared. Transporting formations was not strange. There were countless of them scattered throughout the psychedelic forest. However, nearly 100 transporting formations were lined up side by side. Moreover, the speed of the transporting formations was very fast. It was very strange that there was no interval between the transporting formations. Moreover, these barbarians were queuing up to be transported. This was even more strange. There's no need to be surprised. These transporting formations were built by the bird demon last night. They can only be transported in one direction, and the distance is very short. Although Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were marquee realm experts, they had also been shocked by the hundreds of bird-human monsters last night. Yi Qinghan was even more of an idiot in this regard. On the other hand, the delicate Yi Qingwu was a bit shocked, but she immediately identified the bird demon. When she saw the shocked expressions of the three, she forced a smile and explained. One-way transporting formations. What are so many barbarians doing? They even used the bird demon to help them. There's a conspiracy, a conspiracy. After understanding the situation, Yi Shisan's expression changed greatly. He looked at Yi 17 and saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. The monster race and barbarian race had joined forces. More than 2,000 barbarians, and they were using the bird demon to suddenly teleport over. There was definitely a conspiracy. Now that the monster race and barbarian race had joined forces, if there was a conspiracy, it would definitely be against the war god. Come, let's go around. They were originally heading north, so the distance isn't very far. If we hurry, we should be able to reach their rendezvous point in half a day. Let's see what they're up to. If possible, let's help them. After thinking for a moment, Yishir-san decided to go around the barbarians and monster race to investigate. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's strength had skyrocketed. After fusing with his battle beast, he could instantly kill a level 1 Duke Realm expert. After fusing with his battle beast, Yi Qingwu could also reach the peak of the martial realm. Although the four of them were so powerful that they couldn't slaughter a team of monster race and barbarian race, it would be very easy for them to escape as long as they weren't surrounded. Let's go. The four nimbly jumped down from the ancient tree and disappeared into the dense forest. Chapter 132. Oh my god. What's going on? So many barbarians and demons. There must be at least 7,000 or 8,000 of them. The four of them moved quickly and carefully towards the north. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at their destination just as the sun was about to set. It was where the demons and barbarians gathered. However, before they dared to get close, they found that the area in front of them was densely packed with demons and barbarians. They could already hear the continuous roars of demons and barbarians. There were also golden flashes all around them as more demons and barbarians were constantly being teleported over. The four of them did not dare to be careless. They quickly found a towering tree and hid. Through the dense leaves, the four of them began to carefully investigate the movements of the demons and barbarians. They seem to be surrounding the mountain. It seems like there are demons and barbarians on the mountain as well. Wait, look at the foot of the mountain. It seems like people from our House of Aries. No, it's Sister Long Sainan, Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing. Yi Qingwu was the first to start investigating, but after a while, she discovered something frightening, causing her little face to turn pale with fright. The barbarians and demons were indeed plotting something. Moreover, their plotting was quite successful. They had actually surrounded thousands of people from the House of Aries. It's really Long Sainan and the others. Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Yu Qingqing are also here. It seems like the children of our Yi family are also here. This is the situation up there. How could they be so stupid as to be surrounded by the demons and barbarians? Yi 17's face was also very pale. There were all the elites of the Yi family here. This was because he discovered that Yi Qinghan's dripping blood guards, Dongfang Dao, and the others had also appeared in the encirclement. The dripping blood guards were not very strong. They were only 3 lieutenants of the general realm. Back then, Yi Qinghan had left them in the temporary headquarters of the House of Aries to cultivate. Needless to say, everyone from the temporary headquarters of the Yi family was also in the encirclement. And the senior members of the 4 families could vaguely see that they were in a bloody battle with the demons and barbarians from all directions. Yi Qinghan did not speak. He just stared at the familiar figures in the encirclement who were fighting with the demon clan and the barbarian clan. Feng Zi, who had bulging muscles like a barbarian, Flora and Grass, who were as beautiful as a woman, Yu Qingqing, who was quietly standing in the middle of the crowd like a peach blossom blooming in spring, Yu Immortal Aunt Yu who was as charming as a brothel madam, Hua Axayan who was like a pretty boy, Feng Meng who was like a block of wood, dripping blood 5 guards who stood side by side with a calm expression on their faces, Long Sainan who still had sword-like eyebrows, Long Shui Lu who had a handsome face but was even uglier than a bitter gourd. Not only did he see everyone's ashen faces, but he also saw traces of grief, indignation, and anger in their bloodshot eyes. Actually, it wasn't that many of them couldn't escape, such as Long Sainan, Hua Xia, Yu Qingqing, Feng Zi, and all the other vassal realm experts. It would be very easy for them to escape with their young masters and young mistresses if all the vassals broke through the encirclement. It was just that, once they left, the remaining 2,000 elites would all be buried here. Therefore, they wanted to fight and see if they had a chance to escape with these thousands of people. Yi Qinghan finally retracted his gaze and looked directly at Yi 13th. Yi 13th had always been resourceful and skilled in military warfare. However, he found that Yi 13th's face was also full of bitterness and he was shaking his head powerlessly. It wasn't that Yi 13th didn't want to save them. Not to mention Feng Zi, Hua Xia, Yu Qingqing, and the others, he would even try to save the Yi family disciples if he had a chance, but, when Yi Qinghan saw that he had retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. In front of him were the small teams of the 4 clans who had accompanied him for several months and fought to collect points for him. In front of him were the hundreds of Yi family elites, the dripping blood 5 guards, Feng Zi, Hua Xia, Long Sainan, and Yu Qingqing. In front of him were countless people from the House of Aries. He had a reason to save them, but did he have the ability to save them? Not to mention him, even if all 4 of them were thrown into the vast and boundless army of the brute race and demon race, they would be like a drop of water in the vast ocean, unable to even cause a ripple. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Looking at Hua Xiao's beautiful face from afar, he looked at Feng Zi's already tanned face, he looked at Yu Qingqing, who was like a peach blossom, and the 2 rows of slightly furrowed eyebrows, he looked at. Yi Qinghan seemed to have returned to that moment a year ago when he was in the Yi family's Garden of Enchantment. He looked at Yi Qingyu, whose hair was slowly turning white and eyes were slowly closing in the air, but he was powerless. He wanted to do something, but there was nothing he could do. His heart felt like it was being burned by a raging fire, burning with pain. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan's eyes were ablaze. His palms had turned ashen because he had clenched his fists too hard. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour a human. Nothing. At this moment, as if in response to his words, a faint voice suddenly rang in Yi Qinghan's heart. Although the voice was soft, it was like a bolt of lightning that flashed across Yi Qinghan's heart, causing him to tremble. Xiao Hei. You're awake. Do you have a way? Yi Qinghan suddenly reacted and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Save them. It's a piece of cake. Master this skill as soon as possible. Later, we'll slaughter all the people in front of us. Xiao Hei's voice was still gentle, but the arrogance and excitement in his words was obvious. Skill. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Then, a sea of information suddenly surged into his mind. He did not dare to say anything more, and quickly sat up, immersing his mind into the sea of information in his mind. Yi Shi-san and the other 2 were stunned when they saw Yi Qinghan suddenly sitting cross-legged and cultivating. They all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, feeling a little strange and inexplicable. Protect me, I can save them. Yi Qinghan seemed to sense the attention of the 3 of them. He opened his eyes and glanced at them, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He can save them. Not only did Yi Qinghan's explanation not help the 3 solve their doubts, but it was like a bolt from the blue, making them collectively stunned. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Feng Zi, Hua, and Yu Qingqing were all in a dilemma. What should they do? They were surrounded by demons and barbarians in all directions. The male commander of the dragon race and the female commander of the Marquis realm had failed to break through the encirclement 3 times. There was no way out. Was today the end of the elites of the House of Aries? Escape. It was not that they had not thought of this problem, but they could escape, but could the descendants of their families who had fought with them for so long, the compatriots of the House of Aries, escape? Chapter 133. Seeing Long Sainan's crazed look, they didn't dare to move, at least not now. Long Sainan was obviously in deep self-blame. She was the one who came up with the idea, she was the one who brought the people, and she was the one who commanded the battle. Until now, the House of Aries had already lost 2,000 men, and the remaining 2,000 were still surrounded by the Yao and barbarians. Escape. She could break out of the encirclement alone at any time, but could she escape? Could she escape? No. No, she couldn't. If she didn't bring these 2,000 people out, she would probably spend the rest of her life in guilt and pain. Her cultivation would definitely not improve because of her inner demons. Therefore, she had already made up her mind. Either they all broke out of the encirclement, or she would die with them. Attack from the east. Everyone, follow me. Long Sainan pointed with her dragon cry sword again. Long Sainan took the lead and charged towards the east. Her green robe was covered in blood, some from the Yao and barbarians, some from her own, and some from her comrades from the House of Ares. Her hair was a mess, and the calm expression on her face had been replaced by malevolence. She was about to go crazy, Sister Sainan. Yu Qingqing's frown deepened as she called out to Long Sainan worriedly. She understood Long Sainan's feelings very well, but was there any use in this situation? Who could really save them? Fairy, Feng Meng, Hua Axian. Take Qingqing and the others away. If I can't go back, tell my father that I've let him down. Long Sainan heard Yu Qingqing's call and saw the worried expressions of Feng Zi and the others. She forced a smile and quickly transmitted her voice. Then, she turned around and charged towards the Yao and barbarians without a care. The battle was getting more and more intense. Long Sainan, surrender. You won't be able to escape today. Yao Kaka and Man Gon were in a good mood. This was the first time they represented their clan in a battle, and they were able to annihilate all the elites of the House of Ares. There was no reason for them to be in a bad mood. When they returned this time, they would see what those old fellows who opposed them had to say. Most of the elites of the House of Ares were here. As long as they killed these 2,000 elites, the rest of the elites could only wait to be killed. As for the 90,000 ordinary soldiers on Battle Island, they didn't care at all. Not to mention the 180,000 ordinary soldiers of the barbarian race and the demon race, just the 10,000 elites of the two residences would be enough to completely annihilate the 90,000 people of the House of Ares. How could they not be happy? How could they not be in a bad mood when they thought about the large number of points that were within their grasp? How could they be in a bad mood when they thought about returning to their clans in glory? How could they not be happy? How could they be in a bad mood? Young Demon Lord, why haven't you given the order to kill them? Man Gon had been fantasizing in his heart for a long time. However, he did not see Yao Kaka give the order to surround and kill the elites of the House of Ares. He only ordered the elites of the barbarian tribe and demon tribe to surround the people of the House of Ares. In addition, he arranged for the barbarian tribe and demon tribe to block off Long Sainan's attempts to break out of the encirclement, forcing Long Sainan back again and again. Yao Kaka touched the few strands of golden hair on his left cheek and chuckled, "Hee, no hurry. No matter how much they jump, they are like grasshoppers tied to a rope and cannot do anything. Right now, they have just been surrounded and are desperately trying to break out of the encirclement. Their morale is high. If we surround and kill them now, they will definitely be forced into a life and death struggle. At that time, even if we kill them all, our losses will be too great. Let them jump a little and let them know that there is no way out. Their morale will be low and then we will slowly kill them. This is the so-called boiling frog in warm water." Good. Young Demon Lord is really good. Luckily, I am your ally. If I was your enemy, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Man Gon rubbed his big bald head and gave a thumbs up, subtly flattering Yao Kaka. Hee. It's about time. Someone, give the order to close the net. Yao Kaka smiled and nodded. He continued to observe for a while. When the troops led by Long Sainan were forced back again, he waved his left hand and gave the order to attack. Woo woo woo, goo goo goo, the horns of the demon race and the barbarian race sounded at the same time and resonated through the entire Dwanren Peak. It was like a death knell, echoing in everyone's ears. They have started to attack. This is dangerous. What should we do? 13. Our Yi family's disciples, Sister Sinan, Hua Hua Feng, and Zi Qingqing are in danger. Little Han said he had a solution. Why hasn't he woken up after half an hour? I'm so worried. Yi Qinglu's left hand grabbed onto a tree branch as she anxiously muttered. Her body also swayed and the two lumps in front of her chest surged up and down because of her hurried breathing and constant swaying. Her breasts surged up and down. What should we do? What can I do? We can only rely on young Master Han now. He said he had a solution, but I don't know if it's true or not. How could it be true? Yi 13 was also a little flustered, and his words were a little incoherent. He didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words at all. Did he have a solution? What effect could he have if he cultivated for a while? Even if he broke through 3 levels and broke through to the Emperor realm, could he kill so many barbarians and demons? That's hard to say. What if young Master Han obtained another heaven-defying body fusion battle skill and killed all of the demon race and barbarian race in one move? Yi 17 was also flustered. He didn't even believe his own words. Hee. Just as the 3 of them were like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. His laugh was very bright and wanton. He patted the black robe on his body lightly, stood up slowly, and said lightly, 17 guessed correctly. But this time, I didn't obtain another body fusion battle skill. Instead, my body fusion battle skill, Soul Dizziness, actually leveled up and became even more abnormal, Soul Confusion. Let's go rescue the elites of the House of Ares from the evil demon race and demon race. After saying that, Yi Qinghan lightly jumped down from the ancient tree and walked toward the densely packed demon race and barbarian race army alone. His footsteps were relaxed, and his figure was graceful. It was as if he wasn't walking in the midst of an army, but strolling on the 13th street of Tsang City. What was going on? Soul confusion. Wait, young master rushed down. The young master had rushed down alone. Yi 13th, 17th, and Yi Qinglu looked at each other in dismay. Their brains seemed to have been struck by lightning once again, and they stopped moving on the spot. Only after a moment, when they saw Yi Qinghan in the distance, did they regain their senses. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They hurriedly jumped down the ancient tree and chased after Yi Qinghan in the distance. Chapter 134. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to make it. And you immortal, why aren't you taking them away? Not only was Long Sinan covered in blood, even her face was covered in blood and minced flesh. She waved her dragon cry sword and forced back the demons and barbarians that were charging at her. Then, she turned around and roared at Yu Qingqing, Hua Hua, and the rest with her blood-red eyes. No, Sister Sinan, you should leave too. If you don't leave now, you will die too. Yu Qingqing's pair of black pearl-like eyes shone with tears as she shouted with a sobbing tone. Lady Long, let's leave together. If you don't leave, how are we going to explain to House Master Long? Feng Zi wielded his black sword and swept across the demons and barbarians. A distorted black face roared angrily. Explain. If I leave, who is going to explain to the dead disciples of the House of Ares? Who is going to explain to them? Today, I am going to give myself an explanation. Feng Meng, Anthua Axian, are you deaf? F***CK. I told you to take them away. Long Sinan roared again and uttered the second swear word since she came to the Netherworld Island. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she actually laughed. However, her face was covered with blood, and her laughter was so ferocious that a demon on the opposite side staggered in fear. God, please save us. If you can save Sister Sinan, please save the thousands of disciples of the House of Aries. Yu Qingqing looked at Long Sinan, who was filled with determination, and tears poured down her face like rain. She shook her head and murmured, "No one can save her, and no one can save the thousands of disciples. Lady, let's go." And Yu Immortal sighed helplessly. She grabbed Yu Qingqing with her left hand and held a jade talisman with her right. "Let's go. Let's go. Young master." Feng Meng shook his head helplessly and pulled Feng Zi to his side. Hua Axian and Hua Hua looked at each other and saw helplessness and disappointment in each other's eyes. They had lost completely this time. Long Sinan, everyone from the House of Aries, listen up. I'll give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. In the distance, a winged bird demon suddenly flew up, and Yao Kaka stood proudly on top of it. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his golden fur fluttered in the wind. He was like an unparalleled demon god that had descended into the mortal world. Yao Kaka and Man Gone, as well as the demon race and barbarian race, listen to me. Put down your weapons and surrender, and I'll give you a chance to live. Otherwise, I'll wipe you all out today. When Feng Zi heard Yao Kaka's arrogant words and saw how arrogant he was, she wanted to jump up and scold him. However, she didn't expect someone else to beat her to it. His mouth twitched in embarrassment. He wondered who had the guts to scold Yao Kaka in such an insolent manner. However, in the next moment, he suddenly felt that this voice was very familiar. His body suddenly quivered and trembled as he quickly searched for the source of the voice. Not only Feng Zi, but Hua Hua and Hua Zi also felt that the word "young master" sounded very familiar. In the next moment, his body also stiffened as he looked towards the source of the voice in disbelief. Yu Qingqing stopped crying. The moment the voice rang out, she recognized the owner of the voice. This voice had often appeared in her dreams for the past half a month. She actually thought of it at such a dangerous moment. At this moment, she strangely felt a lump in her throat, and the tears that had stopped flowed out again. Long Sinan was stunned, Hua Axian was dumbfounded, and Fairy Flower smiled charmingly. Long Shuelio's mouth was wide open in shock. Feng Meng's face darkened. The blood-dripping guards and the Yi family all laughed. Everyone seemed to have stopped in that moment and were frozen. Yao Kaka was furious. Man Gone was confused. The demon race and barbarian race all looked at each other, not understanding the situation. In the end, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The House of Aries was confirming whether it was the person they thought it was. The demon race and barbarian race, on the other hand, were trying to see which idiot was speaking nonsense. The source of the voice was very obvious and easy to find. It was also very dazzling. This was because the source of the voice had come from an incredibly tall berserker's head. A delicate-looking and frail young man dressed in a long black robe was standing on the berserker's head with a faint smile on his face. A gentle breeze blew past, and the young man's robe swayed slightly. Together with the young man's bright and harmless smile, he actually gave off an elegant feeling. What was going on? What was going on? Everyone from the demon race, barbarian race, and the House of Aries all felt confused and slightly dizzy. The internal conflict in their minds was only a huge question mark. The young man was indeed Yi Qinghan, the one who provoked Yao Kaka. But why was he standing on the head of a barbarian? And looking at the situation, that barbarian seemed to be an expert of the barbarian emperor level. But the barbarian emperor actually seemed not the least bit dissatisfied with the young man from the House of Aries standing on his head. He seemed to be very satisfied and enjoying it. What was going on? The demon race and barbarian race looked at each other, speechless. The people from the House of Aries looked at each other, still speechless. Behind Yi Qinghan, Yi Shisan, Yi 17, and Yi Qingwu all had extremely rich expressions. How did Yi Qinghan do it? However, when they came to their senses and hurriedly chased after Yi Qinghan, they discovered that Yi Qinghan's body suddenly glowed with a purple light that enveloped the group of barbarians in front of him. Then, Yi Qinghan leaped lightly and directly jumped onto the head of the tallest barbarian among the group of barbarians. Then, they saw this extremely strange performance. The human race and the barbarian race reconciled? They abandoned their hatred and shook hands? And they were this close. Man Shan. You idiot. Tear him apart. Man Shan's angry roar awakened everyone present. The nearby barbarians frantically rushed towards Yi Qinghan. But Man Shan, who was under Yi Qinghan's feet, was still standing there foolishly. Not only him, but the dozens of barbarians around him were still standing there foolishly with smiles on their faces and oil dripping from their mouths. It seemed that they were still asleep, having an exciting and happy dream. Since you are not willing to surrender, I will kill until you surrender. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He quickly pulled out the blue dragon dagger from his boots and gently slashed at Man Shan's neck. The sharp edge of the low-grade treasure weapon instantly cut through Man Shan's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the ground. Ah! Man Shan finally woke up under the stimulation of the pain. He roared wildly and stared at Yi Qinghan while clutching his neck. A moment later, his body twitched and he fell to the ground. Chapter 135. 13, 17, Follow me. Sister Xiao Wu, collect the points rings. Yi Qinghan roared behind him, and his body once again glowed with a purple halo that was dozens of meters in radius. Strangely, all the barbarians and demons who were enveloped by the halo seemed to have fallen into an illusion. Their eyes instantly blurred, and they stood motionless on the spot and began to giggle foolishly. F***CK. This is fierce. Yi 17 shouted. He licked his lips, squeezed his trembling hands, and quickly rushed into the halo with his long saber in hand. Yi 13 didn't say much. After Yi Qinghan shouted, he immediately rushed into the purple halo. His expression became calm again, but the slight trembling of his hand holding the long saber and the trembling of his Adam's apple betrayed the shock and responsibility in his heart. Yi Qingwu rubbed her eyes and once again confirmed that Yi Shisan and Yi 17 had entered the purple circle of light and were easily harvesting the heads of the demon race and barbarian race. Only then did she pat her heaving breasts and quickly rush into the circle of light. After Yi Qingwu entered the halo, the purple halo suddenly changed and became pitch black. From the outside, the area where Yi Qinghan was located seemed to be shrouded in an incomparably dark fog. It was gloomy and terrifying. After more than 10 seconds, the black fog slowly dissipated, revealing the scene inside. However, this scene made the nearby barbarians and demons look as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They screamed and retreated frantically. Yao Kaka, who was sitting on the winged bird demon, also gasped. Within the range of the halo, the hundreds of demons and barbarians who had just rushed in all fell to the ground. Each of them had a deep knife wound on their neck, and all of their hands that were wearing badges and rings had been cut off. Only 4 people were still standing proudly in the field. One was a black-clothed youth with a cyan dagger in his hand, who was still smiling faintly. 2 were middle-aged experts in the Marquis realm, who were holding long sabers with slightly trembling arms, and a beautiful girl carrying a cloth bag full of fingers. Let's go. Boss. With a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan slightly shrunk his calf, and fiercely leaped into the air, landing right in the middle of the demon race and the barbarian race. Then, a purple light flashed, and a black fog enveloped nearly 100 demon race and barbarian race soldiers. Then, like a ferocious beast that could only devour humans, it swallowed nearly 100 demon race and barbarian race soldiers in one gulp. Boss. After a while, the black fog dissipated again, and the ground was still littered with corpses. It was still a black-clothed youth with a green dagger and a faint smile on his face. There were two middle-aged vassal realm experts with trembling arms and long sabers in their hands. There was also a beautiful girl with a cloth bag filled with fingers. Strange. Terrifying. Run. The demon clan and the brute clan finally came to their senses at this moment. They looked at the four people standing in the middle of the field as if they were looking at demons, and began to retreat frantically in all directions. It was as if they would be swallowed whole if they got too close to them. Bastard! There are only 4 of them. Even if I have to use a human pile, I'll kill them. Yao Kaka had been paying attention to the situation here. At this moment, he saw the demon clan and the brute clan surrounding the 4 people scatter in all directions as if they were afraid of being infected by a plague. This caused the originally well-formed encirclement to look like it was about to collapse. Although he was also frightened by the strange light emitted by the black-clothed youth, he could not afford to retreat at this moment. He hurriedly shouted, "Kill! Kill those 4 people for me. I'll gift a tribe to whoever kills them." Mangon also felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly began to mobilize his troops to surround and kill the 4 people. "Is that so? Then, let the storm come even more violently." Yi Qinghan smiled slightly and looked calmly at the brute clan and demon clan that were swarming over. Once again, the strange purple light flashed, and then it turned into a black fog that enveloped the surroundings. What was going on? Long Sainan was dumbfounded. Feng Zi was dumbfounded. Yu Qingqing was dumbfounded. Flowers and grass were dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Yi Qinghan suddenly appeared, it was as if a gust of chilly wind had blown over from the 9 netherworlds. Furthermore, the way he appeared was like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was so unique. Their first reaction was shock and bewilderment. However, when they regained their senses, the second thing that came to their minds was that Yi Qinghan was an idiot, a complete idiot. Who did he think he was? What right did he have to appear? What right did he have to stand on the barbarian emperor's head? What right did he have to send himself to death? He was an idiot, a complete and utter idiot. Looking at Mangon's angry shout and the brute clan and demon clan that were swarming towards Yi Qinghan, everyone's heart was filled with sorrow. However, after a moment, they discovered that the area where Yi Qinghan was at was actually glowing with a strange purple light. The brute clan and demon clan were actually in chaos, and the brute clan and demon clan that were surrounding them were also in chaos. Then, Yao Kaka roared angrily, and Mangon began to mobilize his troops and continued to surge towards Yi Qinghan's direction. Then, they continued to see waves of purple light, and the purple light was actually continuously approaching them. Finally, they saw a black light barrier that resembled an ancient giant beast, enveloping all the brute clan and demon clan in front of them. Then, they saw the black fog slowly dissipate, revealing 4 people, and the ground was filled with the corpses of the brute clan and demon clan. Ah! Oh! Ah! Everyone let out a soft cry. Their voices were not loud, as if they were afraid of waking up the demons in the abyss. Everyone's cries seemed to be a little ambiguous, a little charming, a little like the seductive moans of a man and a woman in bed. Many people knew the 4 people in front of them, and many of them were even very familiar with them. The youth in the middle with a faint and harmless smile was called Yi Qinghan, the young master of the Yi family. Next to him were 2 Duke realm experts whose hands were constantly trembling and holding 2 long knives dripping with blood. They were called Yi 13th and Yi 17th, the Duke realm experts of the Yi family. Behind them was a beautiful girl with an angelic face and a devilish figure. The girl carrying a bag of money, who was too lazy to continue collecting points, was called Yi Qingwu, the young mistress of the Yi family. They were indeed the same people. But how did they get in? How did they get in? How did they get in so casually? Why did the Brute clan and Demon clan seem to be so afraid of them, and they seemed to be constantly retreating? There were too many questions, too many inexplicable questions, too many shock, too many confusion. What? Everyone, you don't seem to welcome us. Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly as he looked at the silent House of Aries elites, who were like 2,000 idiots. He shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile. Heavens! We're saved. Ah! Long live! Ah! God, you've finally shown yourself, someone suddenly roared. Immediately after, everyone in the House of Aries was elated and roared crazily without a care for anything else. Some jumped up, some cried, some laughed wildly, some kissed the ground, some tore off their underwear and waved it high, some were so excited that they began to pee and defecate. Chapter 136. Long Sinan smiled and began to wipe the blood off her face slowly. Hua Hua was a little shy and moved her body shyly. Fengzi opened his mouth and laughed foolishly, as if he had picked up a candy. Yu Qingqing didn't move. She just stared blankly at Yi Qinghan, who was walking over casually. Her eyes were sparkling. Yu Xiangu gave him a flirtatious look and shook her breasts. Yao Kaka was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He looked at the corpses of the demon and barbarian soldiers all over the ground and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He moved his lips, wanting to say something but couldn't say anything. Man Gone was dumbfounded. He had always been dumbfounded. He didn't understand why hundreds and thousands of people were all on the ground in the blink of an eye. He wasn't innocent. How could those 4 people from the House of Aries kill their way in so easily? He didn't understand what had happened. He didn't understand why his huge bald head couldn't figure out what was going on. What was going on? The demon race was dumbfounded. The barbarian race was dumbfounded. Demon, that young man was a demon. That's right, he was definitely a demon from the underworld. If he wasn't a demon, then why did so many people die when the purple light flashed and the black fog appeared? If he wasn't a demon, how could he have such a terrifying demonic smile? Run, run. Run far away from this demon. Don't see him again. Don't come to this damned place again, retreat. Yao Kaka finally woke up. His whole body began to tremble. He almost fell down on the back of the winged demon. Looking at the demon race and barbarian race who were running away, he screamed loudly. His voice was sharp and piercing. Although he didn't understand why that young man was so fierce, he knew that if he didn't escape, the demon race and barbarian race would be completely annihilated by him alone today. Retreat. Hearing Yao Kaka's loud roar, Man Gone also woke up and hurriedly ran. As he ran, he shouted with a sobbing voice. He didn't want to think about the reason or the situation. He just wanted to get as far away from this demon as possible. Monster Kaka, barbarian gone, if you dare to run, I will kill every single one of you, monster race and barbarian race. Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly rang out. His voice was not loud, but it was like a gust of wind that made Yao Kaka and Man Gone, who were preparing to escape, shiver. Everyone in the House of Aries was stunned once again. Human brat, you dare to threaten me? What can you do if Grandpa Demon runs away? Do you have the guts to kill me? Yao Kaka was obviously trying to put up a strong front. Who was he? This brat had actually killed countless of his subordinates and still dared to threaten him. Now that he was sitting on the back of the winged bird demon, what was he afraid of? Kill all the monsters? He wouldn't feel any heartache even if he killed them all. As you wish. 13 and 17, release your battle chi and send me up. Yi Qinghan smiled and turned to Yi 13 and Yi 17. Battle chi gushed out from his feet and he shot towards Yao Kaka like a cannonball. After being yelled at by Yi Qinghan, Yi 13 and Yi 17 regained their senses. They quickly looked at each other and nodded. When Yi Qinghan was about to reach the highest point and start to fall, the two released their battle chi at the same time. It turned into two huge palms and collided violently under Yi Qinghan's feet. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan took advantage of the force from the collision of the battle chi energy behind her to jump up again and rush towards Yao Kaka. Then, in front of Yao Kaka's frightened eyes, a strange purple light flashed. No! You can't kill me. My father will kill you. Yao Kaka looked at Yi Qinghan, who was rushing towards her in horror. Looking at Yi Qinghan's cold eyes and the faint smile on his face, she knew that Yi Qinghan was serious. At the same time, she quickly stomped on the winged bird demon and wanted to jump down to avoid Yi Qinghan's killing blow. However, a demonic light flashed across Yi Qinghan's body and she was completely lost. At that moment, she felt as if she had returned to her clan. He had killed everyone in the House of Aries and saw his father and his seductive fox wife who had come to welcome her. However, in the next moment, she was awakened by a sharp pain on her neck. She saw Yi Qinghan standing in front of her with a smile and a dagger in her hand. Blood was flowing non-stop from Yi Qinghan's dagger. She saw the terrified expressions of all the demons below her. She saw darkness. I don't know your father. All barbarians and demons, listen up. Cut off your fingers and leave behind all your points rings. Then, I will no longer hunt you down. Otherwise, I will hunt you down and kill all the demons and barbarians. Question marks appeared in the minds of most of the demons and barbarians. Although they could occasionally understand the language of the House of Aries, they could only understand half of what Yi Qinghan said. However, Man Gone, who was preparing to secretly escape, completely understood. After being stunned for a moment, he hesitated for a long time before giving the order to cut off his fingers. He was the first to do so. He knew that he was the leader of the barbarians. No matter where he ran, he would be hunted down by Yi Qinghan. If he didn't cut off his fingers now, he would end up like Yao Kaka, who was lying on the ground. Most of the demon emperors could still somewhat understand. They painfully ordered their subordinates to start cutting off their fingers. Not cutting them off. Nonsense. How could they run away now? Where could they run to in a few more months? The House of Aries had a demon who could kill a bunch of them in seconds. There was no way to continue this battle. Now that they could keep their lives, they were more than happy to do so. As for Yao Kaka, who was lying on the ground, they couldn't think too much about it. Although they would definitely face the wrath of the demon Holy Master after the prefectural battle ended, they would at least be able to survive until the end of the prefectural battle. Long live! Victory! We won! Looking at the densely packed demons and barbarians who cut off their fingers and fled pathetically. Looking at the ground full of broken fingers, looking at the ground full of corpses, looking at the previously arrogant Yao Kaka lying quietly on the ground with her eyes wide open, the House of Aries was in an uproar. They jumped up and down crazily, waving the weapons and clothes in their hands, and roaring in unison. Yi Qinghan waved his hand lightly and lightly leaped in front of everyone. He said calmly, "It's over, Miss Long arranged for people to clean up the battlefield. It's over. Yes. It's all over. We've won." Long Sainan returned her dragon cry sword to its scabbard and suddenly bowed deeply towards Yi Qinghan. Then, she raised her head and solemnly said, "This battle was all thanks to Yi Qinghan. I thank you on behalf of the 2,000 elites who are still alive. It was you who saved them, and also saved me. Waha, young Master Han, you're 2F** King Fierce. My limelight has been stolen by you." Feng Zi didn't care so much and rushed over in large strides. She punched Yi Qinghan in the chest and looked at him with a silly smile. Hua Hua's body flashed and came to Yi Qinghan's side. She said somewhat bashfully, "Young Master Han, you beast, did you get possessed by the ancient beast deity? You're so King Fierce, How are we going to survive in the House of Aries in the future? I was lucky to have a breakthrough in my strength. Luckily, I didn't come too late. Everyone, don't be so bashful and be more casual. I don't like to be polite. Yi Qinghan looked at the few of them helplessly. At the same time, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He knew that his physical body had improved, so he was afraid that his relationship with Feng Zi and Hua Hua would become somewhat estranged. It would be difficult for them to return to their previous intimate relationship. Since their strength was no longer on the same level, a gap would naturally arise. After joking around with the two of them for a while, he conveyed his intention to them to continue being friends. Yi Qinghan finally cast his gaze towards Yu Qingqing. He saw that Yu Qingqing was looking at him in a daze. Her lively eyes contained countless emotions. There was excitement, joy, hope, desire, and a trace of sparkling. He felt an inexplicable sourness in his heart and couldn't help but reach out his hands towards Yu Qingqing. Chapter 137. Ever since Yi Qinghan appeared, Yu Qingqing had not spoken a word. She did not know what to say. The person he had been worried about for more than 10 days had suddenly descended, and in an abnormally powerful manner, bringing with him a cool breeze and a devilish purple. One man and one dagger suppressed tens of thousands of demon clan and barbarians. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, countless demon clan and barbarians cut off their fingers and fled in a sorry state. Which girl doesn't yearn for love? She didn't want her prince to ride a white horse to save her from the devil's clutches while she was smiling. Today, Yi Qinghan did not ride on the white horse. Instead, he carried a demonic purple light and saved everyone in the House of Aries from the siege of the demon clan and the barbarian tribe. Her mood was very complicated. She was very excited, very happy, and very touched. Of course, there was also the 1 in 100,000 worry. She wanted to run towards Yi Qinghan and throw herself into his not-so-broad shoulders. She wanted to tell him about her worries for the past 10 days. She wanted to tell him about her excitement when she saw Yi Qinghan descending like a god. She wanted to tell him about her love and admiration for him. However, she was a little worried. Given how powerful Yi Qinghan was, would he care about her feelings? Will know her heart. When Yi Qinghan smiled at her and stretched out his hands, the tears that had been welling up in Yu Qingqing's eyes for a long time finally burst out. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but a sweet smile slowly formed on her lips. She began to slowly walk towards Yi Qinghan. Gradually, her walk turned into a jog, and then the jog turned into a mad dash. She recklessly threw herself into Yi Qinghan's open arms. Damn, 13, what's that skill of your young master? How could he be so heaven-defying? This is simply unimaginable. Yeah. This could be called a legendary godly skill, right? Could it be that you went missing for more than 10 days because you entered the ancient god's ruins? You obtained the ancient god's treasure. Divine skill. This was definitely a godly technique. I'm afraid that even if our Yu clan's patriarch fully unleashed his spiritual attack, he wouldn't be able to achieve such an effect. Definitely a godly skill. Hua Xinfeng, Meng Yu, pulled Yi 13th, Yi 17th, and the others to ask Yi Qinghan about that bewitching light. That thing was too shocking. It could cause a large group of people to fall into an illusion. Moreover, it lasted for such a long time. Such a mystical skill, only a legendary divine skill could have such power. I'm not too sure about that. We were trapped in the Black Dragon Valley for more than 10 days. Not long ago, when Yao Kaka and the others surrounded the Black Dragon Valley, we took the opportunity to escape. Ancient God ruins. No, but I don't know if this has anything to do with young master obtaining the dragon crystal. Yi Shisan smiled bitterly. At this moment, he only knew that Yi Qinghan had refined the dragon crystal. According to him, that his heaven-defying soul fusion technique, spiritual dizziness, had leveled up and turned into spiritual confusion. He no. Chio. I, 2-7. Yi. Yi to say. Yi Qingwu was not in the mood to answer their questions. She looked at Yu Qingqing, who was sobbing in Yi Qinghan's arms, and fell silent. Yi Qingwu was not in the mood to answer their questions. She looked at Yu Qingqing, who was sobbing in Yi Qinghan's arms, and became silent. He. Let me explain. Actually, I refined the dragon crystal and was lucky enough to trigger a spiritual attack-type fusion skill. It's very simple. Yi Qinghan looked at the besieged 13 and the others. At the same time, he looked at the people around him with a curious expression. He knew that if he did not reveal something, he would not be able to explain himself. He patted Yu Qingqing's back and explained. Chi. Everyone rolled their eyes. They obviously did not believe this explanation. It was just that it was not a complete explanation. However, this was someone else's trump card. It was not good for them to ask. Qingqing. I need your help. Yi Qinghan no longer paid attention to the crowd. Instead, he once again patted Yu Qingqing's back. He didn't have the time to feel her smooth skin. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and his complexion started to turn pale. Yu Qingqing raised her head shyly. Her teary eyes were full of shyness and ambiguity. Ask Miss Long to clean up the battlefield. Also, don't leak the news that I have fainted. I have consumed too much of my soul. I need to rest for a few days. After saying that, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and fainted. However, their posture was very ambiguous. From the outside, it seemed that Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were hugging each other tightly. What? Clang! In a cave in the temporary stronghold of God of War abode in the chaotic battlefield, the teacup in Xue Wuheng's hands suddenly fell to the ground, splashing a lot of water. His gray and black eyes were flashing with shock and suspicion. He looked at a scout from the Xue family in front of him. He walked around the cave quickly and asked again, "Are you sure this information is true? If it is false, I will chop off your head." The Xue family scout who was kneeling on the ground wiped the cold sweat off his face and said in a trembling voice, "I can guarantee with my head that this information is absolutely true. Furthermore, this information was investigated by many scouts in the family. I only dared to come back and report it after confirming it." Impossible, impossible. How could Yi Qinghan be so powerful? Impossible, I don't believe it. Xue Wuhen stared at the trembling scout for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and muttered weakly. "Young master, this information is probably true. The Xue village would not make a mistake with such important information. Xue village, you can leave first." The Xue family's marquis had a dark expression on his face as he spoke after a moment of silence. Impossible, how could that bastard Yi Qinghan be so powerful? He could kill a large group of the brute race and Yao Kaka in a split second. He could fight 10,000 alone. Even if Yi Dao was still alive, he wouldn't be able to do this, right? How is this possible? How could he have gotten all the good things? Xue Wuhen continued to shake his head. His face was dejected and he stared at the simple table in the cave. He wanted to find something to smash but there was nothing on the table. He couldn't help but smash the table heavily in exasperation. "Young master." Another marquis suddenly interjected, "None of this is a problem. The problem is that we've already confirmed that Yi Qinghan is extremely powerful, so powerful that he can instantly kill everyone on Nether Island. Then, it's possible that he already knows that the young master has placed a hidden bug on him. Even if he doesn't know, once he has suspicions, he'll definitely be able to interrogate him. So we are in danger now, very dangerous. Our top priority now is to escape. Where can we escape to? Where can we go in the future? Chapter 138. This duke's words clearly caused Xue Wuheng, who was pacing back and forth, to tremble. It also caused the other duke's face to darken even more. Yes. Their top priority wasn't to find out why Yi Qinghan was so powerful or why he could be so powerful. Their first priority was their own safety. Just as he said, what Xue Wuheng had done must have aroused the suspicions of Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan. Even if they didn't discover the hidden worms that Xue Wuheng had placed, as long as they had a trace of suspicion and forced Xue Wuheng to act rashly, Xue Wuhen's actions would definitely be exposed. Therefore, according to their calculations, the chances of them being exposed were as high as 80 to 90%. If this matter were to be exposed, Xue Wuheng and the other members of the Xue family would become the target of scorn and be chased by everyone. Therefore, they had to slip away before Long Sainan and Yi Qinghan returned to their temporary stronghold. We can only run, and we'll run tonight. We'll find a secluded place until the prefecture battle ends. After that, we'll be teleported directly to the Divine City. We'll be safe there. A trace of hatred flashed in Xue Wuhen's eyes. After a long moment of silence, he quickly came to a conclusion. I know of a very secluded cave at the edge of the illusory forest. There's also a lower 7th rank magical beast nearby. The scouts won't dare to go there. Let's leave tonight, with the team. The Marquis with a dark expression nodded. He thought of the excellent terrain he had discovered earlier and said. A trace of hatred flashed in Xue Wuhen's gray and black eyes. He shook his head and rejected the suggestion. No. Only the 3 of us will go. You guys go prepare and bring more food. We'll sneak away at night. All right. The dark-faced expert hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and went to prepare with the other expert. Watching the two depart, Xue Wuhen's eyes emitted a demonic glow. He looked through the cave to the distant sky and said hatefully, Yi Qinghan, you've forced me into such a difficult situation today. One day, I'll pay you back. When that day comes, not only will I skin you alive and raze your Yi family to the ground, I'll also make that bitch Yu Qingqing regret it for the rest of her life. Yi Qinghan had a very long and wonderful dream. He dreamt that he'd swept through all 4 directions and shocked the foreign races. In the end, he'd obtained a large number of points and successfully exchanged for a spirit pill. He returned to the Yi family and found Yi Tianlong standing at the gates of Tsang City with a spirit pill in his hands, waiting for him. Finally, he dreamt of his younger sister, Yi Qingyu. After swallowing 2 spirit pills, she slowly opened her eyes that had been asleep for too long. Her snow-white hair also slowly turned jet black. He saw an intoxicating smile on his younger sister's delicate face and smelled the faint fragrance from Yi Qingyu's hair. However, when he woke up, what entered his eyes was indeed a beautiful face that could topple cities. His nose also smelled the faint fragrance from the beautiful jet-black cyan beside him. However, this face was not Yi Qingyu's face. The fragrance from this cyan hair was also different from the fragrance that Yi Qingyu was familiar with. He couldn't help but slowly close his eyes in disappointment. Qinghan. What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yu Qingqing looked at the gloomy and disappointed face in front of her. She couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. She hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing, I just remembered something. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He carefully checked his body and found that everything was fine. He opened his eyes again and the corner of his mouth curled into an apologetic smile. He sat up. And, can you talk to Qingqing about it? Is it about little sister Qingyu? Yu Qingqing saw Yi Qinghan's apologetic expression and her heart was filled with joy. Yi Qinghan actually started to care about her feelings. She secretly rejoiced and continued to ask. This is a very long story. You will know it in the future. Let's not talk about this. Where are we now? Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. He twisted his body and started to look around. This was a cave. It was probably afternoon and the sun outside was very hot. Yi Qingqing nodded obediently and stood up. She explained to Yi Qinghan, "We have returned to the temporary stronghold of the chaotic battlefield. Because there are too many injured people, Sister Long ordered us to recuperate here. We will talk about everything else after you wake up. Everything else is fine." Yi Qinghan smiled and gently held Yu Qingqing's slender hand. He suddenly turned around to face Yu Qingqing and said, "Qingqing, wait for me to save my sister. I will go to the Yu clan to propose marriage and thank you for everything you have done for me. Yi Qinghan has no way to repay you. I can only protect you and the Yu clan for the rest of my life to repay your affection towards me." Yu Qingqing's hand was suddenly grabbed by Yi Qinghan in a domineering manner. She was already shy. Looking at Yi Qinghan's affectionate gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head. Her face was red and her snow-white neck was also pink. After hearing Yi Qinghan's affectionate words, she didn't know how to reply. She could only raise her head shyly and continue. "Haha, the holy maiden of the Yu clan is actually shy. Come, let's go take a look at our spoils of war." Yi Qinghan laughed. He held Yu Qingqing's hand and walked out with his head raised. "Greetings, young Master Han. Greetings, Lady Yu Qingqing. Greetings, young Master Han, Miss Qingqing." As soon as they walked out of the cave, Yi Qinghan, under Yu Qingqing's instructions, walked straight towards the temporary meeting room of the temporary stronghold. Along the way, he didn't meet the elites of the House of Aries. These elites hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yi Qinghan, their expressions abnormally excited. To them, Yi Qinghan was their savior, their second parent. Moreover, with Yi Qinghan's strength, he could be considered as an elite even in the House of Aries. And elites must be respected. F***ck, we actually have more than 13 points. We're too awesome. This is probably the most points obtained in the history of the Residence Battle. We can go down in history for eternity. Lunatic, your skin is really thick. This is all thanks to young Master Han. What does it have to do with you? Go down in history for eternity, do you want it? Shemale, can't you stop pouring cold water on me? Old Feng, I'm in a good mood right now, so I won't argue with you. If you pour cold water on me again, I'll curse you to never have an orgasm for the rest of your life." Before they even entered the cave, they heard Feng Zi's loud voice shouting and yelling. It was already Hua Hua's feminine and shrill voice. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other and shake their heads helplessly. "Ah, lunatic Shemale, it seems like the two of you have conflicting birth dates. You always quarrel when you're together." Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing entered in a single file. Seeing that the cave was quite big and that there were quite a few people sitting inside, both familiar and unfamiliar, Yi Qinghan cupped his hands and said with a smile. Chapter 139. Young Master Han is awake, and sister-in-law is here too. Feng Zi was standing in the middle of the meeting room. When she heard Yi Qinghan's hearty laughter, she hurriedly turned around and smiled slyly. "It's good that young Master Han is awake. I was so worried. Sister-in-law looks good." Hua Hua cheered, smiling slyly. Long Sainan hurriedly stood up. After dressing up, Long Sainan regained her heroic appearance and cupped her hands at Yi Qinghan. She waved at Yu Qingqing and said, "Greetings, young Master Han. Qingqing, come over here. Young Master Han, come and sit. Greetings, young Master Han. Greetings, Miss Qingqing." Everyone else in the cave hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands at Yi Qinghan. Even Yu Qingqing benefited from it. They had clearly seen Yu Qingqing throw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms at the bottom of Duanren Peak. As Yi Qinghan's wife and the holy maiden of the Yu family, Yu Qingqing immediately received a lot of respect. No need to be so polite. Feng Zi and I, Hua Hua, know that I dislike the complicated etiquette here. Everyone, feel free. Yi Qinghan knew that after the battle at Duanren Peak, he had become the center of attention and a strong person in the eyes of others. Being respected and admired by others was a must. However, although he had become strong, he still considered himself the seventh son of the Yi family. He would not be as arrogant as that fool Yi Qingquang. Walking to the seat beside Long Sainan that had been reserved for him, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "What's here?" "Ah." Long Sainan waved at one of her subordinates, turned around and said, "The battlefield has been cleaned up and the points in the rings have been calculated. There's a total of more than 136,000 points. There's also a huge amount of weapons and treasures. These things are waiting for you to arrange and deal with." "Ah." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He watched as Long Sainan's subordinate quickly walked in and arranged for people to carry in a dozen large boxes. He was a little shocked. He knew there would be a lot of points, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Then he thought about it. There were more than 10,000 people from the Monster Clan and Barbarian Clan on Duanren Peak, so their points were all here. So, 100,000 points wasn't a lot. Seeing that everyone was looking at him hopefully, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I'll take 20,000 points. Distribute the rest to the teams." After all, everyone suffered heavy losses this time. "Young Master Han, you're so broad-minded, we admire you greatly. In the future, if young Master Han has any instructions, we will definitely obey." "That's right, young Master Han. With young Master Han, the Yi family will definitely prosper for 1,000 years." As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, everyone in the cave breathed a collective sigh of relief. At the same time, they all looked at Yi Qinghan with grateful gazes. Then, all kinds of flattering words came one after another. 100,000 points might seem like a lot, but it could be exchanged for a lot of things. It could be exchanged for a lot of financial resources, and it could even allow a normal elite to become the city lord of a big city. However, these points were obtained because of Yi Qinghan, and most of their lives were saved by Yi Qinghan. If Yi Qinghan wanted to take all the points, they wouldn't even dare to fart. But now, Yi Qinghan only took 20,000 points and distributed the rest to the teams. Of course, they were wild with joy. After all, many people from the House of Aries had died in battle. If they didn't get anything, how could they face the relatives of the elite who had died? How could they face the injured who were still lying in bed? How could they face the elite who had fought a bloody battle? "Thank you." Long Sainan's expression was still calm, but she turned her body slightly and thanked Yi Qinghan very seriously. This operation to encircle Yao Kaka and Man Gong was initiated by her, and she was the one who directed it with all her might. More than half of the 4,000 people were dead or injured. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan's generosity, she wouldn't know how to face the elites of the House of Aries. "Hee, Miss Long, you're too polite. Isn't it easy for me to get the points?" Yi Qinghan shrugged and said softly. He already had more than 6,000 points, and now that he had obtained 20,000 points, it was enough. Moreover, he planned to go to the man race and demon race to collect the remaining points after he was done here. He also planned to ask Man Gong about the cause and effect of chasing after him previously. There were too many suspicious points and too many strange things when the 4 teams of the 4 families were being chased. If he didn't find out who the real culprit was, he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Long Sainan was stunned. She laughed at herself and didn't say anything else. She turned around and chatted with Yu Qingqing. Inside the cave, everyone began to calculate the remaining points and treasures according to the number of people who participated in the battle and the number of people who died in battle. It was very lively for a while. Why don't I see 13 Qingwu and the others? Yi Qinghan scanned the cave and finally remembered that something was missing. He turned around and asked Long Sainan, Yu Qingqing. N. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. She blinked her bright eyes and asked doubtfully, didn't you arrange a secret mission for them? Did they bring Lady Immortal and Flowery Heart to carry out a mission as soon as they returned to the temporary stronghold? N. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused. When did he assign them a secret mission? However, just as he was about to ask, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Yi 13, Yi 17, and the others walked in one after another. What bad luck. Young Master Han is awake. Yi 13 sighed as soon as he entered. However, when he swept his gaze over everyone, he discovered that Yi Qinghan was actually sitting at the top. He hurriedly walked towards Yi Qinghan with a bitter expression. Little Han, you're awake. Are you all right? Yi Qingwu immediately discovered the smiling Yi Qinghan. An intoxicating smile instantly appeared on her pure and pretty face. She quickly walked towards Yi Qinghan. Greetings, young Master Han. Flowery Heart and Lady Immortal Mengyu, who followed behind, hurriedly saluted. The current Yi Qinghan was not the same as a few months ago. This young master was an extremely powerful and important person. He must be respected. Yi 13 followed behind without saying anything. Yi Qinghan nodded and stood behind Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan and everyone returned the salute. Finally, he looked at Yi 17, who had a bitter smile on his face, and asked, What's wrong, 17? Why do you have a bitter face? Did your wife run away? Yi 17 glanced at Lady Immortal Meng, and said, My wife didn't run away. It's just that Xue Wuhan ran away. That son of AB *TCH sure ran fast. When Yi Qinghan heard this name, his body suddenly became cold. He swept his cold gaze towards the cave exit, stood up, and said, Send people everywhere to find Xue Wuhan. Chapter 140. The moment Yi Qinghan flew into a rage, the entire crowd was shaken. All of them stopped their discussions and looked at Yi Qinghan. Finally, Long Sainan stood up and asked the question that everyone wanted to know, What happened, young Master Han? What did Xue Wuhan do? Long Sainan and the others knew that Yi Qinghan and Xue Wuhan did not get along and had heard of their past. However, Long Sainan knew that Yi Qinghan was not the kind of person who would use his own strength to kill the people of the House of Aries on the spot, so she asked in confusion. What did he do? He did something big. Do you remember when our 4 families were besieged by the monster race and the barbarian race? Do you know why Yao Kaka and Man Gon went to the Black Dragon Valley? Let me tell you, it was because Xue Wuhan planted an invisible worm on young Master Han. When we came back, we immediately brought people to capture them. However, when we arrived at their camp, we only found some ordinary disciples. Xue Wuhan and 2 Duke Realm warriors had disappeared for 2 days. Yi Qinghan's face was livid and he did not speak. Instead, Yi 17, who was next to him, said with hatred. Everyone in the cave was shocked by Yi 17's words. They all fell silent and began to think about the truth of the words and the terrifying consequences. However, when Feng Zi heard this, she immediately cursed, F***ck his grandpa, how dare Xue Wuhan do such a vicious thing. F***ck, I'll go back and tell my old man to bring people to raise the floating snow city to the ground. F***ck. I remember now. When Xue Wuhan first came to the chaotic battlefield, didn't he have a private chat with young Master Han for a while? He must have planted an invisible worm at that time. I was right. The barbarian race and the monster race knew our whereabouts like the back of their hand. At that time, we didn't dare to think about it. We thought that the monster race had obtained a new heaven-defying skill. I didn't expect it to be an insect from the Shui family. Hee hee. This time, I reckon the Shui family will be removed from the 5 major families. The flowers and plants blinked their eyes and recalled many things. Many things that they were suspicious of and weird at first, but now that Yi Qinghan and the others had pointed them out, they instantly saw the light. Shui Wuhan deserves to die. Yu Qingqing didn't say much. She just looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly. There's such a thing. Do you have any evidence? Long Sainan was a little shocked. This was indeed a big matter. This was related to the Shui clan, one of the 5 great clans. Colluding with outsiders to persecute their own people was something that would arouse public anger. She did not dare to be careless and hurriedly turned her gaze to Yi Shisan. Yi Shisan nodded at Long Sainan, and then said to Yi Qinghan, "Young Master Han, take out the insect for everyone to see." Yi Qinghan did not say much. He took out a jade box from his bosom, opened it, and placed it on the chest in the middle of the cave. The moment Yi Qinghan opened the box, Long Sainan's expression darkened. Her cultivation level was very high, and her eyesight was naturally very good. She looked at the transparent insect that had been broken into 2 in the box. She immediately confirmed that it was the Shui family's hidden insect. Combining the inference of the flowers and plants, and the fact that Shui Wuhan had already escaped, she was already sure of this matter. She thought for a moment, and began to give orders. Send out all the spies to investigate Shui Wuhan's whereabouts. Once they find him, they will be rewarded with 1,000 points. The order was quickly passed down. Although the spies outside were a little puzzled by this order, they all scattered in all directions excitedly, and began to investigate Shui Wuhan's whereabouts. 1,000 points could be exchanged for the position of the city lord of a small city. Bastard, Shui Wuhan actually dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. We must kill him on sight in the future. That's right, our clan has completely broken off relations with the Shui family. I hope that young Master Han can represent the Yi family and take us in. The Shui family is going against the grain. I suggest that we form an alliance and eliminate the Shui family after the City Hall battle. With Long Sainan's order, the leaders of the teams immediately realized the truth. Shui Wuhan was finished, and it was likely that the Shui family would not be able to protect itself. Colluding with outsiders was a crime punishable by death, and plotting to murder the young masters and young mistresses of the 4 clans was like poking a hornet's nest. Immediately, the teams that were originally under the banner of the Shui family immediately distanced themselves from the Shui family, afraid that they would be implicated. In a short period of time, everyone began to attack the Shui family in Shui Wuhan. Whether the Shui family participated in this matter or not, this is a matter for later. It needs to be decided by Palace Master Long and the other clan leaders. In a few days, I will make a trip to Chi Man Gon to ask some questions. Who will go with me and be a witness? In the future, when I need your help to testify, I hope that you can stand up and say something. When Yi Qinghan discovered the invisible worm in the Black Dragon Valley, he had wanted to investigate this matter in secret. However, he did not expect that things had developed to this point. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. 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 Moreover, he wanted to ask Man Gon who the person behind him was. This was a good opportunity to bring everyone there. All right. I agree. When the time comes, I will be the first to testify that Shui Wuhan is guilty. And, we will follow young Master Han to the base camp of the barbarian race for half a month. And, this is a good idea. We can also go to the beast race for half a month, everyone hurriedly agreed. With Yi Qinghan around, the beast race and the barbarian race could be said to be walking on flat ground. In a short period of time, everyone was extremely excited, and the lively atmosphere was restored. They began to discuss when they should go to the barbarian race, and what clothes should they wear. Should they use a wooden stick to break Man Gon's chrysanthemum or something? When night fell, Yi Qinghan and the others had a lively dinner, and returned to the cave alone. Xiaohei, come out. Yi Qinghan smiled slightly, patted his chest lightly, and said, Xiao. A black fog suddenly spread out from his chest. The fog slowly condensed, and Xiaohei's adorable figure appeared. When Xiaohei came out, he cracked his neck, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and transmitted his voice, Gigi. How are you, boss? You seem to be in a good mood. Little brat, you actually teased me. Tell me, what's the situation? What's the situation with the chaotic soul? Yi Qinghan laughed, picked up Xiaohei, and gently stroked his head, his eyes full of affection. Gaga. Boss, I'm fierce, right? Actually, I'm not sure about the actual situation. Xiaohei proudly raised his head, and became proud. After playing for a while, he transmitted his voice again, Boss, didn't I snatch a dragon crystal in the Black Dragon Valley? Such a good thing, I swallowed it at that time. After swallowing it, my body began to absorb the dragon crystal's energy crazily. However, I was still too small, and couldn't completely absorb the energy, so I could only pass the excess energy to you through the warbeast space. After that, I fell into a deep sleep again. When I woke up, I realized that my strength had increased a lot, and the body fusion technique in my mind had actually leveled up. Yi Qinghan was stunned. Thinking back to that period of time, the sudden surge of energy turned out to be energy that Xiaohei couldn't absorb. His mood immediately improved, and he continued to ask, why is the chaotic soul so powerful? Xiaohei's 2 pitch-black eyeballs flashed, and he transmitted his voice proudly. Actually, chaotic soul is just an upgraded version of spiritual dizziness. It's also a spiritual attack, but the original single-target attack has become a group attack. Why is it so powerful? Because my soul is now incomparably powerful. Right now, my soul has reached the realm of a 7th-rank demonic beast, and is comparable to the soul of a marquis like you human warriors. In addition to our body fusion technique, the strength of your soul combined with mine will probably reach the peak of the marquis realm. Don't you think killing a bunch of Yao emperors and barbarian emperors is a piece of cake? Chapter 141. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He finally understood. After a moment of joy, he suddenly asked, Xiaohei, do you think soul confusion will have the same effect on Emperor Realm beasts and barbarian emperors? I remember soul confusion can instantly kill enemies who are a higher realm than them. Boss, dream on. Xiaohei rolled his eyes and was completely speechless. In the past, we could kill people who are a higher realm than us because our souls weren't strong enough when we were at a lower realm and couldn't cultivate. But Emperor Realm martial artists have touched the laws of heaven and earth and can cultivate their souls on their own. Do you think it will work? I think it might work on new Emperor Realm martial artists whose souls aren't strong. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose again and laughed embarrassedly. It seemed like he was thinking too much. Man Gon was in a bad mood. He had torn apart a few barbarian girls in the past 2 days. It wasn't that their service wasn't good enough, nor was it that they had done anything wrong. It was just that every time he finished doing something and looked at his empty ring finger, he would have an inexplicable impulse and inexplicable anger. At this moment, he was hiding in the base camp of the barbarian race. Therefore, all the barbarians were summoned back by him. They surrounded the base camp of the barbarian race. Not even a bird could fly in. However, he was still very worried. Although Yi Qinghan said in front of everyone that he wouldn't come after them as long as they cut off their fingers and took off their rings, he was still worried. He was worried that Yi Qinghan would suddenly walk in the middle of the night and cut his neck with that devilish smile. Then, Yi Qinghan would tell him that Yi Qinghan was going back on his words. This feeling was very bad. His life was in someone else's hands at any time. It was really bad. It was just like how he felt when he cut off his middle finger at the foot of Duanren Mountain. Damn it. Without my middle finger, how am I going to point at the sun in the future? When Man Gong thought of this, an inexplicable anger suddenly surged in his mind. He casually swept the teacups on the table beside him and shouted, "Call 2 more girls in for me. I want to play 3 times today." The subordinate who had been carefully waiting outside the door sighed and shook his head when he saw that Rongon had gone crazy again. He was just about to enter the room to scout. Unexpectedly, a large group of people suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain in front of them. Although they could not see clearly, they estimated that there were at least 50 to 60 people. When that berserker opened his eyes and looked towards the group of people, he suddenly discovered something that terrified him. He discovered a teenager in black standing at the center of the group. He was smiling and waving at them, as if he had just met an old friend, and he was happily greeting them. Heavens! The demons are here again. Warning! The demons are here. The barbarians rolled and crawled into the cave. As they walked, they roared. At the same time, a series of panicked roars came from the foot of the mountain. There was already an ear-piercing alarm. Clang! When Man Gong heard this, he was so shocked that he sat down on a stool. However, because he sat down too violently, he actually crushed a solid wooden stool into pieces. Where is it? Where is the demon? Man Gong climbed up in a panic. He appeared to be at a loss of what to do. He began to wander in all directions as if he was out of his wits. Young tribe leader, that human demon is running towards the camp. He is currently standing in front of the camp. The barbarian guard finally stabilized his state of mind. He climbed up and quickly helped Man Gong up. He pointed at the door and stuttered as he spoke to Man Gong. Ah! Man Gong finally stabilized himself with great difficulty. He walked to the door and looked towards the foot of the mountain. However, he saw that Yi Qinghan was indifferently standing in front of the barbarian camp. Yi Qinghan was faintly smiling at him. Man Gong immediately jumped in fright and madly ran back. However, after circling around the hall a few times, he found that he had nowhere to run. Reporting. A barbarian soldier suddenly strode over from the foot of the mountain. The word "reporting" caused the earth to shake. It could be heard from several kilometers away. Reporting to young tribe leader. Human. Demon, he said that he wants to see you. He said that he has something to ask you and wants you to leave. He also said that, if you don't go down, he will kill you. *CK his grandpa. I didn't do anything to his wife. Why the *CK would he want to ask me? Manyo, do you think that human will kill me? Man Gong forced himself to calm down again. However, his words clearly revealed his fear and worry for Yi Qinghan. I don't think so. If he wanted to kill me, he wouldn't have sent someone to inform us. He could just directly kill us. There is no one on our side who can stop him. The guard Man Nyo shook his head, thought for a moment, and replied very seriously. Doesn't the human race always pay attention to a man's promise? Alright, someone, inform all the barbarian emperors to follow me to discuss some matters with that human. Man Gong rubbed his big head. He felt that the possibility of this was very high. He immediately relaxed and straightened his spine, encouraging himself. Little Han, do you think that Man Gong will obediently come down? Yi Qingwu stood beside Yi Qinghan, looking excitedly at the barbarians' main camp. This was the barbarians' main camp. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to approach within 100 miles, let alone stand here. Moreover, there were only a few dozen of them this time. Facing the barbarians' main camp with thousands of barbarians, they weren't afraid at all. They stood there proudly, and even arrogantly called for the young tribe leader of the barbarians to come down. If he dares to not come, I'll use a stick to break his *SS. I'll hold him naked, whip him a few hundred times, and use a few dozen candles to light his sky lantern. The people behind Yi Qing Han also had faces full of enjoyment, and they all laughed wildly. A few dozen people faced thousands of people, but not only were they not afraid, they even chatted leisurely. This kind of treatment was probably something that no one in the entire House of Aries had enjoyed for thousands of years. So they were a little arrogant, a little crazy, and a little smug. However, when Yi Qingcheng and Yi Qingwu, who were beside Yi Qing Han, frowned slightly, and Yi Qing Han turned around and smiled at them, everyone shut their mouths. What a joke! They could stand here, they could so arrogantly joke about the young tribe leader of the barbarians, and so leisurely point out the situation. It was all because of the handsome young man in black in front of them. If they angered Yi Qing Han and caused him to abandon them and leave by himself, they were afraid that the furious barbarians would burst their chrysanthemums 100 times. He's here. Don't talk anymore, listen carefully. Be a witness in the future. Seeing the gate of the barbarians' main camp slowly open, Man Gong slowly walked over with a large group of barbarian emperors. Long Sainan turned around and said seriously to the people behind her. She didn't forget the reason why Yi Qing Han brought them here today. Chapter 142. Aha! Man Gong, the young tribe leader of the barbarian tribe, has led 13 barbarian emperors to welcome the lords of the House of Aries. Man Gong had a smile on his face, and his attitude was quite humble. Although he was not very smart, he knew that he should not lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. My name is Yi Qing Han. I have come here today for no special reason. I just have something to ask you, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Yi Qing Han did not waste any time, and went straight to the point. Lord Yi Qing Han. Man Gong touched his bald head, and smiled embarrassedly. He vaguely felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he did not think too much about it. He said even more respectfully, Lord, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Even if you want to ask, how many times my father does it every day, how many women he has sex with, and what kind of underwear he wears, I will tell you everything. Ha! Man Gong's attitude obviously made the people of the House of Aries very happy. Even Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingqing blushed slightly, and lowered their heads to hide their laughter. I don't want to know what kind of underwear your father wears. Yi Qing Han smiled slightly. This Man Gong was said to be quite silly, but he seemed to be quite smart. Yi Qing Han ignored him, and changed the topic. What I want to ask you is, the last time you and Yao Kaka chased after us, did anyone from the Shui family provide us with our whereabouts? Chased after you? Lord, I did not chase after you. You must be mistaken. Man Gong thought that Yi Qing Han was going to bring up the past, and immediately cried out in fear. I am Yi Qing Han, a member of the Yi family. Last time, didn't you and Yao Kaka chase after the elite team of the 4 families? I am not here to settle the score, I am asking you if anyone from the Shui family provided us with our whereabouts. Yi Qing Han frowned, and said angrily. Provided us with our whereabouts? No. Man Gong's huge head shook like a rattle drum, causing the faces of the people from the House of Aries to change. However, he suddenly remembered something and said again, I didn't provide any information. However, a guy called Shui Wuhan from your House of Aries gave me and Yao Kaka a crystal ball each. There's a red dot in the crystal ball that keeps flashing. That red dot is the person we're chasing. Sir, we're really not chasing you. You must believe me. locating crystal ball. The people from the House of Aries looked at each other and saw deep anger and hatred in each other's eyes. Feng Zi and Hua Hua had a look of realization. No wonder the monsters and barbarians could react so quickly. Xue Wuhan had actually given the positioning crystal ball to Yao Kaka and Man Gong. Was he trying to kill them? When we find Xue Wuhan, I will let him taste all the torture in the world. F***ck, how dare he be so ruthless? Feng Zi roared angrily. Xue Wuhan's viciousness had completely infuriated him. Hua Hua was not angry at all. Instead, he smirked and said, I think the 5 main families of the House of Aries will become 4 families. The people around him were relieved. Indeed. As the young clan leader of the Xue clan, Xue Wuhan had actually colluded with outsiders to murder his own people. He had even tried to kill all the elites of the younger generation of the 4 clans. One could imagine how furious the elders of the 4 clans would be if they found out about this. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. The first task was accomplished. Even if Xue Wuhan escaped, there would be no place for him in the entire House of Aries. Even the Xue family would not have a good life. Xue Wuhan had harmed his sister in Sang City and sent people to kill him in the barbaric mountains. Their hatred was as deep as the sea. Now that he had vented his anger, his mood was much better. Next, it was time to investigate the second task. Looking at Man Gong, who was panicking in front of him, he continued to smile and said, Who ordered you to collude with Yao Kaka and Xue Wuhan to kill us? Tu Qianjun. This time, Man Gong's answer was very straightforward. This time, because of Tu Qianjun, the monsters and barbarians were all killed. He had already consoled Tu Qianjun's 18 generations of female relatives hundreds of times. Now that Yi Qinghan heard him, he immediately confessed. It's him. Yi Qinghan and the others were slightly shocked. Then, they understood. Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. He did not say much, but he sighed in his heart. The ancient said, Femme fatale. Indeed, if a man wanted to have a beautiful woman, he had to pay a certain price. He had always had a deep suspicion. He had never left Sang City before he was 15 years old, nor had he offended any particularly powerful people. The only people he had a bit of enmity with were Xue Wuhan and Tu Qianjun. Yi Qinghan did not say anything, but Yu Qingqing, who was beside him, felt a little uncomfortable. She looked at Yi Qinghan apologetically, as if she was blaming herself for provoking such a powerful enemy for Yi Qinghan. It's fine. Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and patted Yu Qingcheng's arm lightly, indicating that she should not think so much. Those who possessed good things would often attract jealousy from others. Those who did not attract jealousy were mediocre. F***ck, it's actually that demon. Young Master Han, this is a little tricky. Feng Zi said in a low voice, indicating that he was powerless. To a huge entity like Divine City, Feng Zi felt like he was an ant in front of an elephant. He had a feeling of helplessness. Endure it. Hua Xiahua said simply, expressing his stance. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly at the two of them, then looked at Man Gong again and continued, Now, let's talk about the third matter. Of course, you and Yao Kaka surrounded the small team of our 4 clans. In the end, we only managed to escape with the help of the sickle team. Then, the sickle team was slaughtered by you. Who did it? Hand over all the people who did it. I can tell you that the sickle team is a disciple of the Yi family. We must avenge them. Ah! It was Man Shan who led the team. Man Shan's small teams were all slaughtered by you. Not a single one was left. When Man Gong heard that Yi Qinghan was going to kill again, he hurriedly explained. Who is Man Shan? I don't know him. Are you trying to trick me, huh? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. Man Gong was so anxious that he almost cried. His face was even uglier than a yellow flower. Man Shan is the barbarian emperor martial artist that you stepped on at Duanren Peak. He's from the southern barbarian tribe. All his subordinates were with him. You killed them all. You're not lying to me. Yi Qinghan asked suspiciously. His eyes were filled with coldness. I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to you. If I did, the ancient god of barbarians would punish me to fall into the Azure Sea forever and die a horrible death. Man Gon's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't even bother to wipe it off. He quickly raised his finger without a middle finger and swore. Ugh! I'll let this matter go. Yi Qinghan's expression finally calmed down. The ancient god of barbarians' oath was like the House of Ares' oath. It was the most serious oath of the barbarians. Every debt had its debtor. Since the culprit who killed Yi and the others had been eliminated, he didn't want to kill again. One last question. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and opened his mouth again. Ugh, why is there another question? Man Gon originally heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to wipe off the sweat on his face. However, when he saw Yi Qinghan open his mouth again, he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Yi Qinghan was dissatisfied when he heard this. He said coldly, Ugh. You have a problem with that? No, of course not. Man Gon panicked when he heard this. He quickly waved his hands. Yi Qinghan nodded his head in satisfaction. He said seriously, one last question. You and Yao Kaka have chased after me several times. You've caused countless casualties to my subordinates and the House of Ares. Moreover, you've caused me many injuries. My heart has also suffered a serious trauma. Anyway, it means that I'm very hurt. Do you think you should compensate me with some treasures to give me some comfort? Hurt. Compensation. Comfort. Man Gon felt like he was listening to a tongue twister. His head was spinning. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized. This guy was actually here to extort him. It was normal for the god of war to want compensation. However, there was no need to beat around the bush. Fortunately, he was prepared. He quickly said respectfully, that's what I should do. Man Nyo, ask someone to carry the things down. Not long after, more than 10 barbarians came down carrying more than 10 huge chests. Man Gon quickly went over and ordered his men to open all the chests. The moment more than 10 boxes were opened, everyone from the battle god manor sucked in a cold breath. It wasn't that they had never seen treasures before. It was just that these boxes, which were as big as a barbarian's body, were all filled with all kinds of treasures. It was indeed shocking at first glance. Hee hee. My lord, I knew that you would come back one day. No, I mean, I've been preparing these for the past few days. I wanted to send them to you. This box is filled with precious medicinal ingredients. This box is filled with rare metals. This box is... Man Gon began to introduce the treasures in the boxes to Yi Qinghan with a charming smile. These treasures were all obtained with the barbarians' hard work in the psychedelic forest for the past 4 months. Man Gon had already prepared them in advance to prevent Yi Qinghan from coming back. It's passable. I'll accept them all. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and signaled the people behind him to go and accept the items. After waiting for all the items to be accepted, he continued to speak in a gentle manner. How many sacred tools did Tu Qianjun give you? Sacred tools? None. There was only one high-grade artifact. Originally, if I succeeded in killing you, I could have obtained a sacred. Man Gon smoothly continued Yi Qinghan's words. However, as he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qinghan's smiling face. He was afraid of his big bald head. With a sullen face, he took out a silver soft sword from his bosom and handed it over. "My lord, I originally wanted to show my filial piety to you. Take it, it's very sharp." Yi Qinghan received it with satisfaction. He casually brandished the sword in the air, making a series of air-piercing sounds. He nodded his head in satisfaction again and threw the sword to Yi Shisan for safekeeping. He turned his head and began to size up Man Gong. Man Gong's hair stood on end as he looked at him. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. Finally, he could not bear it any longer. He covered his chest with his hands and said weakly, "My lord, I haven't bathed for more than 10 days. I still have body odor and hemorrhoids. Please, let my father go. How about I give you a few barbarian girls?" Scram! Yi Qinghan looked at the people of the House of Ares behind him who were suppressing their laughter and could not help but curse. "Damn it, with your appearance, you're afraid that others will look at your butt. Barbarian girls. Could this 2-meter-tall barbarian girl that was as big as a person's fist even be used in the cave? Your golden leather armor is very good. I like it very much. Don't. My lord, you're a magnanimous person. Please let me go. This is my life-saving item. My father said that as long as the armor exists, I will survive. Without the armor, I will perish." Man Gong almost knelt down in front of Yi Qinghan. This leather armor was a treasure comparable to a divine artifact. Its defense was amazing. Ordinary artifacts could not damage it at all. However, looking at Yi Qinghan's increasingly cold gaze, he finally compromised. He cried and said, "My lord, this leather armor is so big, you can't wear it." Yi Qinghan was obviously impatient. He said, "I won't wear it. I'll let my pet wear it. Are you going to take it off or not? If not, I'll kill you. I'll take it off." He took it off without any hesitation, revealing a body of terrifying muscles and a pair of bright red underwear. Yi Qinghan saw that the leather armor was thrown to Yi Shisan. Looking at Man Gong's bright red underwear, he sighed and said, Your underwear, my lord. I really can't take it off anymore." Man Gong knelt on the ground and howled in pain. "Ugh!" Yi Qinghan shook his head in disdain and sighed. This big man looked strong and powerful, but he could not withstand a tease. He sighed helplessly and said, "I just wanted to say, your underwear is very unique." Chapter 143. Time was like flowing water, quietly slipping through the fingers. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The cool breeze disturbed the bright moon, the light intoxicating wine, and the gentle embrace of the beauty under the moon. At this time, Yi Qinghan was enjoying the life of a perfect man. The night in the distance was enchanting, and the woman beside him was smiling shyly. This was indeed the enjoyment of every man's dreams. Because of Yi Qinghan's existence, the barbarian race and the demon race had been completely suppressed to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. The Nether Island seemed to have become a peaceful and beautiful island. After Yi Qinghan evacuated from the barbarians' camp that day, he once again went to the demon clan's camp. After casually killing dozens of demon clan experts who resisted them, the demon clan obediently handed over all the treasures of the demon clan, as well as most of the remaining badges and rings. After the elites of the House of Ares once again received a batch of treasures and points, they were no longer interested in fighting with the barbarians and demons. Instead, they collectively split up and began to search for treasures on the Nether Island. As for Yi Qinghan and the rest, they sat in the barbarians' camp every day. During the day, they would chat with Feng Zihua and the rest, and occasionally cultivate. At night, they would take a walk with Yu Qingqing, flirt, and occasionally comfort each other. For example, now. Yi Qinghan had never been a very decent man. That big bed in the backyard of the barbarian city's Dark Moon Hotel proved this point. As a member of the Transmigration Party, in his previous life, he was a poor laborer. He was an orphan with an ordinary appearance. He had no money, no car, and only a simple rental house. Beauties were noble existences that he could only look at from afar and not play with. He could only take a small portion of his meager salary and secretly go to the red house on the street to get a handful of rare items. In this life, as the young master of the Yi family had a large business, and he could see many beauties. But at that time, he was the seventh son of the Yi family. Under the power of the Yi family's torture chamber, he did not have the opportunity to pick up beauties. In the barbarian city, there was a vast sea and sky. If there was a chance, of course he would do it. Of course, in the end, he did it. He directly pushed the coquettish lady boss onto her pink bed. After that, he returned to the Yi clan, thinking that he could rely on his one and only holy beast and super skills to make a name for himself in the Yi clan. Beautiful women pounced on him from all directions, knocking him unconscious amidst the surging waves. However, the beautiful women did not pounce on him. Instead, he saw a smear of bright red. At that time, he was enraged. Although he was not an ordinary man, when an ordinary man was enraged, blood would flow like a river. But when he was Yi family of Yi. In the end, he left the Yi family, passed by the Ecstasy City, won the admiration of the Yu family and Yu Qingqing, and entered the Netherworld Island. He knew that Yu Qingqing was a top-grade beauty, a beauty that all men in the world dreamed of. He also knew that if he wanted to, he could pluck this world-famous peach blossom at any time. But, when he thought of the white-clothed, white-haired girl who was still sleeping in the mountain behind the Yi family, the fire of lust would be extinguished every time. He always thought that men could and must be dissolute, but they must have principles. Without principles, they would be beasts. At this moment, his strength increased greatly. His body fusion techniques suddenly leveled up. He defeated all the monsters and barbarians by himself. No one could stop him at the foot of Duanren Peak. He saved the people of the House of Ares, suppressed the monsters and barbarians, and obtained enough points. He got the points, the spirit pill, the hope of saving his sister, and his strength increased greatly. Yi Qinghan relaxed. He thought of warmth and contentment, and the dissolute nature in his heart began to show. Of course, it was not appropriate to say this. Yu Qingqing had feelings for him. She had been quietly sacrificing for him. He was not a heartless person. So, when everything was over, he waved to Yu Qingqing at the foot of Duanren Peak. Yu Qingqing threw herself into his arms without hesitation. The relationship between the two became very warm. After returning to the temporary camp, they began to stick together like glue. Love without marriage as the goal is to play the hoodlum. That sentence from his previous life was very classic. But Yi Qinghan felt that he would marry Yu Qingqing. So he felt that he was not playing the hoodlum. So, he could also play the hoodlum, and he was playing the hoodlum now. The bright moon hung high above his head. The cool breeze from afar disturbed him. He sat on a steep boulder, hugging the peach blossom that all men in the world wanted to embrace. He looked at her shy face and felt her smooth and soft skin. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dream. Han, will you always be good to me for the rest of your life? The holy maiden of Yu clan shyly looked at her sweetheart in front of her and asked a nonsense question that all women in the world love to ask. I will, of course I will. Yi Qinghan smiled lightly. His arm moved up and caressed this peerless face. At the same time, his other hand began to quietly move up her abdomen. Through the thin clothes, he grasped a soft spot, answering a nonsense question that all men in the world would answer at this time. Then promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will never abandon Qingqing. When Yu Qingqing heard Yi Qinghan's answer, her pair of intelligent eyes were full of smiles. She once again said a nonsense question. I promise you. Yi Qinghan nodded. He thought to himself, if all men in the world did not have water in their brains, why would they abandon you? After pausing for a moment, he asked a question that he had always wanted to ask, Ching Ching, can you tell me the state of soul quietness? What use does it have for you and the Yu clan? At the Yu clan's tranquil lake island, he had entered a magical state with the song breaking the formation. The Yu clan's grand elder and Yu clan patriarch were both shocked. They ordered Yu Ching Ching to be Yu Ching Chang's protector. Then, he found out from Yi Qingno that it was because he had entered a magical state, soul quietness. Therefore, he really wanted to know about this thing and the reason why the Yu clan had chosen him. Yu Ching Ching smiled sweetly. After thinking for a moment, she said slowly, soul quietness is a supreme realm for cultivating the soul. Entering this state for an hour is equivalent to cultivating the soul for a year in the Emperor realm. You also know that our Yu clan's mental attack requires a strong soul. Therefore, you are of course important to our Yu clan. Soul quietness is actually so strong. But no matter how magical it is still helpful for my soul cultivation, right? How can I help you or your Yu clan cultivate your soul? Yi Qinghan was shocked and asked doubtfully again. Seeing Yi Qinghan's doubtful expression, Yu Ching Ching suddenly became shy. Her face was bright red, and even her snow-white neck was blushing. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment. Then, she said in a low voice, our Yu clan has a secret dual cultivation technique that only the patriarch and the saintess can cultivate. That is, after we become one, I can use the secret technique to trigger your soul quietness state. Then, the two of us can cultivate our souls together, So fierce. Yi Qinghan listened for a long time before he understood. It seemed like soul quietness was very important to the Yu clan. At the same time, he looked at the abnormally shy Yu Ching Ching and laughed. He reached out his hands and hugged her waist. He lowered his head and lightly licked her earlobe. He said naughtily, how about? Let's try it now. No. Yu Ching Ching rolled her eyes and her face became even redder. She wanted to use her hands to push away Yi Qinghan's mischievous hands. However, she realized that her entire body was soft. She felt like she was teasing Yi Qinghan when she struggled. Feeling Yu Ching Chang's body twisting and gradually heating up, Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. His head started to quickly fill up with blood. His hands and feet were no longer obedient. They started to grope up and down. He opened his mouth and fiercely kissed Yu Ching Chang's alluring red lips. Chapter 144. Hee hee. Hee hee. In the peaceful night, a strange cry suddenly rang out. Yi Qinghan, who was in the mountain behind the headquarters, was unable to extricate himself from his lust. He was just about to cook the rice when his desire was completely extinguished, as if someone had poured cold water on his head. Ugh! Yu Qingqing also woke up with a start. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and hurriedly tidied up her clothes. The sight of her upper body half exposed caused Yi Qinghan's heart to beat faster. Xiao Hei, get out here. Yu Qingqing closed her clothes and completely hid her body. Yi Qinghan felt a wave of reluctance and became even more furious at Xiao Hei for ruining his good time. He roared loudly. Hee hee. Xiao Hei jumped out from the bushes at the side. His two small black eyes were full of resentment and injustice. He transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan, Boss, it's not that I want to disturb you, but Yi Qingwu and the others are looking for you. They said they have something to discuss with you. Humph. What big matter could it be? Is there anything bigger than your boss's matter? Seeing Xiao Hei act pitiful, Yi Qinghan said hatefully, causing Yu Qingqing to roll her eyes again. Hee hee. Xiao Hei's two small eyes turned, then he burrowed into the forest to play by himself. During this period of time, Xiaohe had passed through a period of weakness and his strength had improved greatly. He didn't really like entering Yi Qinghan's beast battle space and would wander around the vicinity of the base every day. Yi Qinghan saw that it had been very peaceful recently and Xiaohe's strength was average. It would be difficult for a marquis to keep him here, so he simply left him alone. Han, let's go. It's not good to make them anxious. After a period of time, Yu Qingqing regained her calmness, but the inadvertent flirtatious look in her eyes was still so enchanting. Hee hee. Yi Qinghan scratched his head and laughed softly. He pulled Yu Qingqing and ran down the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, in the conference hall of the temporary base camp, Long Sainan and the various clan leaders were already seated inside. When they saw Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing enter together, they couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. They had seen how Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing went in and out together for the past few days. Of course, they were envious, but they didn't bear any grudges or jealousy. After all, Yi Qinghan was one of the few people in the House of Aries. Many of the people here were saved by him. Moreover, Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingqing were already a couple in the Yu clan, so it was natural for a hero to be paired with a beauty. It was just that they saw how young Yi Qinghan was and teased him occasionally. In the face of everyone's teasing, Yi Qinghan didn't mind at all. He walked straight to his seat and sat down. Yu Qingqing walked to Long Sainan's side and sat down. Yi Qinghan took a sip of tea, raised his eyebrows, and turned to Long Sainan. Gather together again today. Could there be some special circumstances? Long Sainan frowned slightly, and gave Yi Qinghan an expression that said he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Young Master Han, you've been enjoying yourself every day, so you've lost track of time. Fengzi laughed loudly, and winked. Tomorrow will be our last month on Nether Island. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows. Looking at everyone's funny expressions, he couldn't help but feel even more confused. He said to Fengzi, so it's that long. Ha! Everyone finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. Tomorrow is the day of the great battle. The soldiers of the three mansions will be teleported to Nether Island tomorrow. Yishir San also couldn't help laughing secretly, and lowered his head to transmit a message. Yi Qinghan was stunned, and thought to himself that he had embarrassed himself. He had forgotten about this matter. It looked like the saying that the land of gentleness was the grave of a hero was not wrong. Of course, he didn't show any of it on his face. He raised his eyebrows, and said, "Tell me about the great battle on the day of the great battle. Isn't it just a small matter? It's not worth your concern." This time, it was everyone's turn to be stunned, and they all thought, of course it's not a big matter to you. The great battle of every prefecture battle was actually the most important segment. The three mansions would each have 90,000 soldiers, and a total of 270,000 people would fight together on the Scarlet Plains to fight for the positions of the God of Death and the God of Underworld. The side that successfully occupied the positions of the God of Death would obtain the super honor of the high-grade mansions, and they would also receive the annual tribute of wealth and treasures from the low-grade mansions. Meanwhile, the side that won the positions of the God of Underworld would obtain the honor of the middle-grade mansions, and they wouldn't need to pay tribute, nor would they accept it. This rule was set by the God City. Of course, the three mansions also agreed with this rule of the game, and would earnestly carry it out after the battle. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the other two mansions and the God City together. Thus, the great battle was very important and also very intense. Often, in order to fight for the positions of the God of Death, the Scarlet Plains would be littered with corpses, and blood would flow like rivers. That young Master Han. Long Sainan coughed lightly, and rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan. A hint of feminine charm appeared on her handsome face, and she said, "The great battle of the later years is usually not fought by the elites that were teleported to Nether Island first, so, there's such a thing. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose, and smiled embarrassedly. He was a complete idiot when it came to these things, and no one had ever told him about it. After a moment of silence, he asked again, if the elites joined the battle, what would happen to the other mansions? In the past, if there were elites joining the battle, the elites of the other two mansions would also join the battle, and they would attack the side that joined the battle together, Long Sainan patiently explained to him. Alliance. That's all. Didn't the beast race and the man race already ally? What are we afraid of? Let's directly occupy the positions of the god of death, and see if they dare to attack us. Yi Qinghan said indifferently. The old rules were nothing to him. That's a good idea. The beast race and the man race are all afraid of being killed. With young Master Han standing there, who would dare to come and die? Fengzi slapped his forehead, and stood up, looking as if he had suddenly come to a realization. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they all considered the possibility of this situation. They thought of the beast race and the man race at the foot of Duanren Peak, and the expression on Yi Qinghan's face as if he had seen a ghost, and they felt that there was a chance. No. Yi Qinghan seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he stood up, chuckling, and said, No, we won't occupy the positions of the god of death at first. We'll occupy the positions of the god of underworld, and then occupy the positions of the god of death for the beast race and the man race. In the end, we'll stab them in the back. Hee hee. Looking at the sinister smile on Yi Qinghan's face, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They never thought that Yi Qinghan, who usually looked kind and amiable, would actually be so sinister. Meanwhile, Yi Shisan, Yi Qinggu, and the others, who were standing at the side, twitched their noses indifferently. Yi Qinghan was famous in the Yi family for being the king of sneak attacks. Long Sainan nodded, and concluded, All right, we'll do as young Master Han says. Tomorrow, when the main army arrives, we'll lead the army directly to the Scarlet Plains. We'll first occupy the positions of the god of underworld, and at least obtain the glory of a middle-level mansion. Chapter 145. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the second day, the sky had just turned bright when the sound of the teleportation formation piercing through the air could be heard in the temporary base of the House of Ares. Then, a large group of people descended from the sky and slowly appeared in the teleportation formation. Dozens of huge teleportation formations shone brightly and continuously. On the plains in front of the headquarters, orderly groups of cultivators walked out of the transmission array and began to silently line up on the plains. These soldiers were selected from every city in the House of Ares a year ago. They were sent to Dragon City to train for a year, then trained on Battle Island for a month. Finally, they were teleported to Nether Island for the final battle. After 2 years of training, he looks impressive and vigorous, but I wonder how his real combat strength is. Fengzi stood on the base and looked down at the tens of thousands of soldiers. She nodded and said to Yi Qinghan, who was beside her. Looking at the tens of thousands of people who were equipped with swords and armor, Yi Qinghan felt a powerful and masculine aura surging towards him. He squinted his eyes and said, The army trained by Institute Master Long is definitely not bad. Back then, his 108 Iron Guards, which are the current Dragon City Iron Guards, followed him to battle the world and have never been defeated. Yes, the troops trained by House Master Long must be good. Let's go down. Flowers and grass agreed. When they saw Long Sainan nod at them, they quickly gestured for Fengzi and Yi Qinghan to follow them. The three of them quickly followed the team leaders to welcome the troops of the House of Ares. After more than an hour, the teleportation formation finally stopped flashing. 20 teleportation formations continuously teleported more than 90,000 people to Nether Island. More than 90,000 people occupied half of the plains in front of the base. They were so densely packed that they looked like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The 90,000 people were divided into a few square formations. all of them wore serious expressions. Their white sabers and black armor shone dazzlingly under the morning sun. 90,000 people stood there silently, their gazes fixed on the group leaders who were gradually walking over. It made them feel as if they were being watched by a huge monster with a cold gaze, and they felt a great pressure pressing down on them. Long Sinan seemed to be very used to such a scene. She smiled faintly and pulled out the Dragoncry sword in her hand. She waved it towards the sky and roared, "The House of Ares is invincible. The House of Ares is invincible." At Long Sinan's command, 90,000 people responded at the same time. They raised their sabers and roared in unison. The deafening roar shook heaven and earth, resounding through the clouds, causing everyone behind Long Sinan to feel their bodies go numb and tense up. "Greetings, Commander Long, greetings, lords." With a clang, 90,000 people knelt down on one knee at the same time, bowed their heads, and shouted in unison. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. "Soldiers, rise. You have all worked hard. After this battle, there will be rewards." Although Long Sinan was a woman, Long Bastard had always raised her as a man. Although she was born of a girl, she was not worse than a man in any aspect. At this moment, her voice was sonorous and powerful, and her temperament was extraordinary. It made the group of men behind her blush with shame. Long Sinan put away the Dragoncry sword, raised both of her hands, and slowly pressed them down. She spoke again slowly, "This time, I want to tell you an exciting news. Not long ago, we defeated the elites of the two clans at the foot of Duanren Peak and killed thousands of them. We even killed Yao Kaka, the son of the demon clan saint, in the midst of thousands of soldiers and horses. Now, when the two clans face us, they retreat 3 feet away and do not dare to be enemies. And the one who did all this is our hero, the young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. Everyone, cheer for him. Long live Yi Qinghan, long live the Yi family. The invincible Yi Qinghan, the invincible Yi Qinghan. The invincible House of Ares, the invincible Yi Qinghan." When Long Sinan's words stopped, the 90,000 soldiers were silent at the same time. Some were surprised, and some were suspicious. However, when they saw Long Sinan pointing at Yi Qinghan and all the elite troops pointing at Yi Qinghan at the same time, they no longer had any doubts or suspicions. All of them burst into an earth-shattering roar. The 90,000 soldiers belonged to different clans and cities, but the masters of their clans and cities were all there, and they were all pointing at Yi Qinghan with serious expressions. Although they still had some doubts and shock in their hearts, at the same time, they believed this exciting, shocking, and unbelievable truth. Although the 90,000 people came from different places, they all knew that they carried the honor of the House of Ares and the honor of their respective clans. Therefore, they had to fight, and they had to win. In Dragon City, after 2 years of training on Battle Island, almost all of them were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the honor of the House of Ares. They were prepared to die for the House of Ares' victory. However, as soon as they entered the Nether Island, they were informed of a great piece of news. The House of Ares had almost won. They didn't have to die, and their mission was almost completed without sacrificing their lives. How could they be happy? How could they not be happy? How could they not roar? Air. Looking at the 90,000 people's fiery gazes, Yi Qinghan touched his nose in embarrassment. He felt a little uncomfortable, and he blamed Long Sinan for pushing him out without asking him first. Looking at the 90,000 people, he was filled with admiration. Looking at the mocking gazes of the people beside him, he sighed helplessly. "Go say a few words. This is the honor you deserve, our hero." Long Sinan didn't seem to care about Yi Qinghan's reproachful gaze and laughed in a low voice. "Humph." Yi Qinghan humphed softly and walked to the front helplessly. He imitated Long Sinan and raised his hands, then slowly pressed them down. Looking at the 90,000 people who were immediately silenced by his simple action, he couldn't help but have a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he remembered the scene of the bureau chief's military parade in his previous life. He coughed lightly and said, "Hello, comrades, you've worked hard, eh?" The people behind and the 90,000 soldiers in front were collectively dumbfounded. What did this "comrades" mean? Yi Qinghan looked at the people in front of him. He didn't expect them to respond with a "Hello, bureau chief." Instead, they were all dumbfounded. He hurriedly came to his senses and felt very embarrassed. Of course, he didn't show any trace of it on his face. He immediately opened his mouth again and said, "What I mean is, soldiers, you've worked hard. Hello, young Master Han has worked hard." This time, the people in front heard it clearly and hurriedly cheered loudly. At the same time, their impression of Yi Qinghan became even more favorable. See, an expert is indeed an expert. Not only did he fight against 10,000 people alone, he actually didn't put on any airs and even started to comfort us. Yi Qinghan nodded, very satisfied. Didn't this group of fools look stupid? They were very cooperative. Thus, he opened his mouth again and said, "The great battle is about to begin. Fight well for me. Kill all those who can win, and if you can't, tell me. I'll go and destroy them." Chapter 146. Kill. 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 Yi Qinghan is invincible. Long live Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's encouragement raised the morale of the 90,000 soldiers to the peak. These words were well said. They only needed to find some soldiers to kill. General Yi Qinghan would be able to handle all of them by himself. This was the first time in history that this had happened. Of course, they were excited. Moreover, they were looking forward to the upcoming decisive battle. Yes. Set up camp here and set out tomorrow. Our target is the Scarlet Plain. At last, Long Sainan gave the order. The whole army moved quickly. Soon, many big tents were set up on the plain. Smoke from kitchen chimneys shrouded the whole temporary base camp. On the second day, when the sky was still bright, the smoke rose again. The army quickly buried the pots and made a meal. Under Long Sainan's order, the whole army set out, heading for the Scarlet Plain. The Scarlet Plain was in the center of the Dark World Island. It was surrounded by the psychedelic forest. In the psychedelic forest, there were 3 roads leading to the Scarlet Plain. The roads were very flat and wide. Of course, there were no teleportation formations. The 3 roads allowed the soldiers of the 3 tribes to reach the Scarlet Forest quickly. The fast march began. The army only used 5 days to reach the Scarlet Plain. Because there were no delays on the way, they didn't find any alien tribes. Of course, this had something to do with the high morale of the whole army. When they saw the blood-red plain, the whole army was shocked. Although they all knew that the Scarlet Plain was red, they were still shocked when they saw the endless blood-red grassland. The Scarlet Plain wasn't called the Scarlet Plain before. It was because too many people died here for thousands of years. Too much blood was shed. All the green grass was dyed red. It mutated. Yu Qingcheng stood beside Yi Qinghan and said sadly. Yi Qinghan also felt a little sad and indescribable. It had been thousands of years. The prefecture battle happened once every 30 years. The elite prefecture battle had 300,000 people. The chaotic prefecture battle had 600,000 people. Almost every generation of warriors in the Fire Dragon continent had to fight and bleed on this blood-red plain. Was there such a deep hatred between the 3 races? If they continued to fight and kill like this, their hatred would only grow deeper and deeper. More blood would flow, and the Scarlet Plains would become redder and redder. What was the point of this? Was the honor of a high-class mansion really that important? Was that little annual tribute really that important? Was killing people really that fun? Let's go. According to the rules set by the Divine City, those who did not participate in the prefecture battle would be annihilated by the Divine City and the other two prefectures. We can only win. Yu Qingqing looked at Yi Qinghan's indifferent eyes and gloomy expression. She seemed to have guessed his thoughts and said in a low voice. The bugle horn had already been blown. The figures of the foreign races seemed to have started to appear on the two ends of the Scarlet Plains. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and laughed at himself. He followed the army towards the center of the Scarlet Plains. The Grim Reaper Formation and the Underworld God Formation were actually not the same piece of land. To be more precise, they were called the Grim Reaper Mountain and the Underworld God Mountain. Although the two formations were only slightly higher than the plain by a meter, the Grim Reaper Formation and the Underworld God Formation were more accurate. The triangular formation on the left is the Grim Reaper Formation, and the circular formation a few hundred meters away is the Underworld God Formation. An hour later, the army arrived at the center of the Scarlet Plains. Yu Qingqing began to explain to Yi Qinghan. After several months of talking and communicating, she knew that Yi Qinghan had been disliked by the Yi family since he was young. She also knew that Yi Qinghan had been cultivating all the way and hadn't had the time to understand and check out this information. When Yi Shisan and Yi 17 saw that Yu Qingqing was carefully explaining to Yi Qinghan, they were happy to see him chatting leisurely with the playboy Feng Meng. On the contrary, Yi Qingwu, who was next to Yi Shisan, looked a little lonely. However, she couldn't do anything or say anything. There was only a faint trace of bitterness on her pretty face. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the two formations with a radius of a few miles. Instead, he looked with interest at the two densely packed groups of troops not far from the Grim Reaper Formation. Those were the troops of the barbarian race and the demon race. Obviously, they were ready to fight for the Grim Reaper Formation. However, for some reason, they didn't dare to occupy the Scarlet Triangle at this moment. They just watched from the side. Ha! Tell Miss Long that we will go to the Underworld God Formation and set up camp there. In addition, send someone to tell the barbarians and the demon race that we won't fight for the Grim Reaper Formation. However, if they dare to attack us, I will be the first to chop off their leader's head. Yi Qingwu smiled and said to Yi Shisan, who was next to her. A trace of slyness flashed in her eyes. All right. Yi Shisan chuckled and quickly gave instructions. Soon, two soldiers who were proficient in the languages of the two races left the main force and headed towards the barbarian race and the demon race. Long Sainan also received a message from Yi Qinghan. He instructed the army to move directly towards the Underworld God Formation and ignore the barbarian race and the demon race on the other two sides. The entire army began to move quickly. They moved towards the Underworld God Formation in a mighty and arrogant manner. They directly occupied the Underworld God Formation and began to build defensive measures. The temporary leader of the barbarian race and the demon race, the fox race woman, were dumbfounded. Seeing the people from the House of Ares walking straight towards the Underworld God Formation and setting up camp there, they were all puzzled and surprised. They were even more puzzled when they received the message from the people from the House of Ares. In fact, the two mansions were just putting up a show of preparing to attack the Grim Reaper Formation. They did not have the guts to attack the Grim Reaper Formation in front of Yi Qinghan even if they were beaten to death. Yao Kaka's corpse was still preserved in the demon race's base camp. Their real goal was the Underworld God Formation. They were putting up such a show to wait for the people from the House of Ares to arrive. Then, they would retreat immediately to give the House of Ares enough face so that the people from the House of Ares would not attack them. You see, I retreated when you arrived. How much face did I give you? You are a magnanimous person. I believe you will not kill us again, right? But, the House of Ares did not attack the Grim Reaper Formation. Instead, they occupied the underworld god formation and asked the two clans to fight for it. What was going on? Would they dare to fight for it? Both barbarian race and the fox race woman were deeply puzzled and worried. Of course, they did not dare to fight for it. They could not fight for it. When the time came for Yi Qinghan to mobilize his army again, they would have to suffer in silence. They would not even be able to complain about it, therefore, they did not dare to move. They could not advance or retreat. They could only stay where they were and defend. Chapter 147. A few days later, the Scarlet Plain was still blood-red. What's going on? Why aren't the two races fighting yet? Are they here to play house? Feng Zi yawned continuously as she looked at the quiet barbarians and demons in the distance. Hua Zi was also listless. She wanted to watch a good show, but the Scarlet Plain was quiet for a few days. It was as if hundreds of thousands of people were here to admire the moon. Yes, should I send someone to cause trouble? Let them fight. Don't waste your energy. Although there are many idiots in the demon and barbarians, there are still smart ones. They probably guessed our intentions and didn't dare to make a move. It's okay. Let's just wait and see. In a few days, they'll be anxious. If we can't do it, we'll occupy the Death God's territory and let them take the Underworld God's territory. Yi Qinghan said lazily with a blood-red grass in his mouth. On the right, Yi Qingwu saw Yi Qinghan holding a blood-red grass in his mouth. She frowned awkwardly and said, "Little Han, can you not always hold a grass in your mouth? It looks disgusting." Air. Yi Qinghan touched his nose embarrassedly and spat out the grass. He thought to himself, "Sister Xiao Wu, don't always call me Little Han. No matter what, I'm an expert now." Moreover, this form of address often reminded him of the pale-faced, beardless eunuchs in the imperial palace in his previous life. Sigh. I'm not watching anymore. I'm going back to cultivate. Feng Zi and Hua Zi looked at each other and returned to the camp dejectedly. They were both defeated by Yi Qinghan. If they didn't cultivate harder, they might not even be able to raise their heads in front of Yi Qinghan. I'm going back too. You can watch slowly here. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qinghan as well. An indescribable emotion flashed through her eyes. She also went back to cultivate. Her only advantage now was her battle aura, which was slightly stronger than Yi Qinghan's. She was afraid that if she didn't work hard, she would lose this advantage. What? At the border of the three prefectures, in the high and mighty divine city, Tu Qianjun had just ended a few months of closed-door cultivation and successfully broke through to the second level of the Marquis realm. He was originally in a good mood, but he didn't expect to receive such a bad news the moment he came out of his closed-door cultivation. His face immediately turned cloudy. Are you sure? That lowly bastard could actually fight against 10,000 by himself. He actually managed to force the demon race and barbarian race to surrender, instantly killing Yao Kaka. He could instantly kill a peak-level demon emperor or barbarian emperor. Impossible. How could there be such a perverted skill? This has almost reached the might of a divine skill. This doesn't make sense. Tu Qianjun lowered his head. His eyes were flickering unceasingly. His handsome face was slightly distorted. Reporting to young master, the news has been confirmed. We asked around, and the current situation of the Netherworld Island can prove what happened at Duanren Peak. Now, we shouldn't doubt Yi Qinghan's strength and that perverted body fusion technique that is almost equivalent to a divine skill. The most important thing for us now is how to deal with the aftermath. The House of Ares definitely knows that young master sent people to attack them, and the demon race definitely won't let the matter rest after the death of the son of the demon race's Saint Venerable. The barbarian god will probably cause a ruckus. This is troublesome. In front of Tu Qianjun was still the golden-robed elder. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice sounded very old. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? Tu Qianjun suddenly came to a realization after being reminded by his subordinate. His face looked even worse. The demon race probably wouldn't let the matter rest after Yao Xie's son died. The barbarian race was a one-track mind and would probably take the opportunity to cause trouble. Not to mention the House of Ares. The successors of the major clans almost all died. If those old fellows didn't jump out, nobody would believe it. He wasn't afraid if the three residences wanted to cause trouble. Under the supreme prestige of the divine city, those old fellows probably wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, if this matter were to spread in the divine city, and if the Lord God knew about it, he would definitely die without a complete corpse. Even his father would be implicated. Thinking about the cold eyes of that skinny man, the supreme pressure from his every move, and the decisive killing methods of the Lord God, Tu Qianjun couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. His back was drenched in sweat, and he didn't know what to do. Young master, this matter, we still have to ask the god-slaying guards to take action. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The old elder reminded again. Yes, I'll look for my father. He will definitely have a way. Tu Qianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking about his father who was like a mountain that would never fall, he walked out full of confidence and headed towards the immortal slaughtering tower. The immortal slaughtering tower wasn't a tower, but a huge courtyard. Other than the incomparably powerful god-slaying guard and the Lord God residence, there were 4 great god-slaying guards in the divine city. They were the god-slaying guards, god-slaying guards, god-slaying guards, and god-burning guards. The god-slaying guards resided in the immortal slaughtering tower. At this moment, in a study room in the immortal slaughtering tower, Tu Qianjun was shyly kneeling in front of a tall and majestic brown-haired man. As for the brown-haired man, his head was lowered as he read the book in his hands. He didn't even look at Tu Qianjun, who was kneeling on the ground. It was as if he didn't notice or hear anything. After a long time, the brown-haired man finally put down the book in his hands and sighed deeply. He turned his head and said, "Get up. Since you knew to look for me when something happened, at least you aren't completely stupid." Tu Qianjun hurriedly stood up and wiped the cold sweat off his face. Looking at his calm father in front of him, he opened his mouth wide in astonishment and said, "Fa. Father, you already know about it." The massacre god guard glanced at Tu Qianjun indifferently and stood up with his hands behind his back. He said proudly, "Do you know what you did wrong?" The indifferent glance from the massacre god guard made Tu Qianjun feel as if his heart was heavily struck by someone. He felt suffocated and his chest felt stuffy. After taking 2 deep breaths, his expression became even more bashful. He carefully said, "Qianjun knows his mistake. I shouldn't have sent people to ask Yao Kaka and Brute Gon to kill Yi Qinghan. I have violated the rules set by the Divine Master and made things difficult for you, father, idiot." The massacre god guard didn't wait for Tu Qianjun to continue speaking. He suddenly turned his head and scolded, "I have been wise my whole life. How did I give birth to such a stupid fellow? Father, please tell me." The massacre god guard scolded angrily. Tu Qianjun's expression immediately changed. When he was young, he had done something stupid. His father had dropped him on a tree for more than 10 days. That experience made him extremely fearful whenever he faced the massacre god guard. Now that the massacre god guard suddenly became angry, he hurriedly knelt down again and lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. "You sent people to kill a Yi family's young master. Although you were wrong, I don't blame you for being hot-blooded and aggressive. It's just that you are an idiot, you killed a general realm trash. Can't you just secretly send people to assassinate him? Do you have to make it so complicated? Is your brain filled with sh*t? It's just a small matter, but after you did it, it became even more complicated." Yao Kaka is dead, and Brute Gon lost a finger. Most importantly, you are an idiot. You actually told Brute Gon, Yao Kaka, and that Shui Wuhan. You were the one who asked them to do it. You even said that if the matter was successful, you, Tu Qianjun, would owe them a favor. Is your favor very impressive? Without me, you are nothing. Idiot, you are so infuriating. Chapter 148. The more the massacre god guard scolded, the angrier he got. He wanted to slap Tu Qianjun, who was on the ground, a few times. He didn't know about this at first, but after the incident at Duanren Peak, he found out. When he found out that the monster race and barbarian race had allied together, he couldn't help but be interested and sent people to investigate. He didn't expect to find out that this was done by his idiot son. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and almost dragged Tu Qianjun out of his seclusion to give him a good beating. However, after thinking about it, he decided to wait and see if his son would be so stupid that he would come to him to clean up the mess. Looking at Tu Qianjun kneeling on the ground in fear and trepidation, the massacre god guard sighed. He was filled with helplessness. This matter was really King awesome. Killing a person was a small matter, but he actually allied with the two manners and even planted a spy in the House of Ares. Furthermore, this matter didn't succeed. Instead, it allowed Yi Qinghan's strength to increase greatly and obtained a skill that even the massacre god guard was suspicious of. Alright, forget about this. However, he didn't expect Tu Qianjun, this idiot, to not only leave behind two treasures made by the divine city as evidence, but he also told Yao Kaka and Man Gon that this was his intention. Now that Yao Kaka was dead, Yao Xia would definitely find out. That barbarian god would definitely take the opportunity to rob them. As for the House of Ares, they would probably be waiting for an opportunity to cause a huge ruckus. Then, Father, what should we do? If this matter gets out of hand, the Divine Master will definitely kill me when he returns. The more Tu Qianjun heard, the more flustered he became. Thinking about the terrifying methods of that powerful man in the Divine Master Mansion, his heart turned cold, and his limbs trembled. Useless trash. You haven't even learned 1/10 of my bearing and 1/100th of my intelligence. You must be calm in everything. Even if the Divine Mountain is pressing down on you, you won't change your expression. The massacre god guard shook his head and sighed. It was as if he was considered calm when his expression changed. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip before saying again, "It's just a small matter, and you're already this scared. What achievements will you have in the future? This matter can be considered big or small. The main thing is that you left behind your name and evidence. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Listen, I'll make some arrangements later. First, tie up the messenger. Then, tie up the Emperor Realm martial artist from the War God Manor who betrayed us as well. Cripple his cultivation and break his meridians. Make sure that after the prefecture battle ends, when the soldiers from the three manors teleport to the Divine City, they'll still be alive, but they won't be able to speak. Second, tell Yao Xia that his son was killed and wants revenge. Yao Divine City Overlord. Yao Lord. That Yao God. Xia person, God, Ya person. Demon God, God was. God. Long Yao person on. Xia person and He Yao Xing Long, God, third dragon, and He Jin, after He, two, and two God Xia two, Lord. Two of two person and two, T, Tu Yao Tu, after the god. Tuesday. After listening to the god massacre guard's words, Tu Qianjun finally understood his father's arrangement. He couldn't help but admire the god massacre guard. The first reason was probably to arrange for two scapegoats to replace Tu Qianjun in dealing with the questions and disturbances from the three prefectures. The second reason was that Yi Qinghan's strength had advanced too quickly and was too terrifying. Moreover, he was definitely being targeted by Yi Qinghan. His father wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife and completely eliminate Yi Qinghan. Moreover, he wanted to borrow the knife openly and righteously. Third, since his father knew what he had done, the God Massacre Guard would definitely know. The reason why the God Massacre Guard didn't send anyone to arrest him was probably because of his father. If Tu Qianjun took the initiative to ask for forgiveness, the God Massacre Guard would definitely not kill him. After thinking through everything, Tu Qianjun's body relaxed. He couldn't help but admire the God Massacre Guard who was sitting at the side of the table and continuing to read. It was such a complicated matter, but the God Massacre Guard was able to settle everything with just a few simple words. The older, the wiser. Tu Qianjun didn't say anything else. He knelt down again and bowed deeply. He turned around and walked out. Humph. At least he isn't that stupid. The God Massacre Guard looked at Tu Qianjun's back and shook his head. Suddenly, he shouted again, "Someone, go and investigate Yi Qinghan's body fusion." Such a terrifying technique shouldn't appear in the Fire Dragon dimension. What kind of secret is it hiding? As the God Massacre Guard shouted, a golden-robed man suddenly appeared. He didn't say anything and only cupped his hands at the God Massacre Guard. After listening to him, he quickly disappeared. Hades Island. The Scarlet Plains were still as red as blood. However, the people from the three races couldn't stay quiet anymore. It was as if there was a bloodthirsty feeling hidden under the endless red grass on the Scarlet Plains. It was as if they couldn't help but have the urge to kill. Half a month later, the barbarian race was the first to be unable to endure the commotion. They sent someone to talk to Yi Qinghan face to face. After receiving a positive reply from Yi Qinghan, Man Gong waved his palm that only had 4 fingers, and ordered the barbarian army to advance, directly towards the Death God's camp. When they approached the Death God's camp cautiously, they realized that the House of Ares really hadn't moved. The barbarian god residents immediately led their army to occupy the Death God's camp. Then, they quickly set up their defenses. Their speed was so fast that it was as if a man who had an affair was discovered. As for the demon race's seductive demon sovereign of the fox race, he only smiled faintly and didn't think much of it. He ordered them to stay put and observe the situation. However, a day passed. The House of Ares continued to sleep, boast, and flirt. They didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the Death God's camp. 3 days passed. 5 days passed, 10 days passed. When there were still 5 days left before the end of the final battle, the House of Ares still hadn't moved. The demon sovereign of the fox race was completely dumbfounded. Finally, he couldn't resist the restlessness of his subordinates and decided to attack the Death God's camp, kill. The demon sovereign of the fox race let out a delicate roar, and the demon race army rushed towards the Death God's camp in a frenzy. They were densely packed like a swarm of bees. Of course, Man Gong wouldn't do it. They had been guarding the camp for 10 days. How could they lose the camp that they had painstakingly occupied? Hence, with bloodshot eyes, he ordered them to kill with all their might. They had to hold on for 5 days. Those who were sleeping at the House of Ares were all woken up. Those who were boasting stopped boasting, and those who were flirting stopped flirting. They gathered around the Death God's camp and began to watch the show. TSK, that demon sovereign of the fox race has such a good figure. Look at those breasts, look at those buttocks. If she could do it for me, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Look, that demon sovereign of the snake race is too ferocious. In the blink of an eye, she poisoned at least a few hundred barbarians to death. The barbarians have actually begun to burn their brute force. Man Gong has paid a lot this time. The demon race is so ferocious. The barbarians are just standing there and getting beaten. It seems that they won't be able to hold on for long.